surviving that battle with my company. We ended up in Chancellorsville in May of '63, and I also survived that battle. After that, we were sent to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, where I ended up getting shot. My shot was severe enough that it allowed me to be discharged in July of '64. So I came home to Livonia, where my farmland would be.
Now, Christian made a choice not to join the military in his own country, but yet he comes here, he buys land, and he fights for this country. All those immigrants to this country who fight for our country even though they could be earning a living in some other safer way, Christian serves as a tribute to them. Thank you for visiting us here today at Livonia Center Cemetery. We're located on Farmington Road between 5 Mile and Schoolcraft. There are 3 other local historical cemeteries that you might wish to visit: Briggs Cemetery on 6 Mile Road, Newburgh Cemetery on Ann Arbor Trail, and Clarenceville Cemetery on 8 Mile Road. If you wish to learn anything more about the characters that you've seen in this presentation, or you have questions about other Livonia history, please contact us at Greenmead Historical Park. We're located at 8 Mile in Newburgh.
Hello, this is Cityscape, a regular vodcast featuring people, places, and ideas that impact our community. I'm Dan West with the Livonia Westland Chamber of Commerce. Today we meet a father-son team supported by a beloved waitress who built a loyal following for decades at this long-standing Livonia restaurant. Whale Bamey purchased the Big Boy restaurant on Plymouth Road near Farmington Road in 2000. The restaurant was initially constructed in 1958. It was the latest restaurant venture for the entrepreneur who has worked in food service since he immigrated to Metro Detroit in 1971. In 2014, his contract with Big Boy expired and he developed his own concept at the 175-seat restaurant with Annie's Family Dining, named for a business partner whose wife had recently passed away. With his disciplined approach to food and service and consistent contributions to schools, seniors, and first responders, he maintained a loyal following of customers through the brand change. Whale's in the process of turning management of the restaurant over to his son, Jason. Both are with us today. Whale, Jason, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks for coming.
Whale, what has been the key to your sustained success here at this restaurant?
Something I depended on from many years ago, which is the 3 Qs, I call it: quality service, quality food, and quality cleanliness. So that I put it in my mind that if you work on all 3 of them and give the customers your best, I guess you would know that it's going to be a successful business.
And I assume that's something you drove home to everybody who worked for you.
Of course, yes,
yeah.
yes.
I mean, constantly reinforced and all
Yeah.
that. So, Jason, what are the signature dishes here, and are there any unique stories of how you develop those dishes?
We got a couple. We have a henny penny. It's like a corned beef hash, and we put poached eggs on top of it with hollandaise sauce. I gathered a lot of ideas when I left the restaurant for a little bit. I worked in food service sales, so I visited a lot of different customers every day, every week. I saw what worked for them, I saw what didn't work for them, and when I came back to the restaurant, I kind of took a little from here and a little from there, and I implemented it into here. So I also have a Philly steak that worked out really well, everything from scratch. A lot of people come in for that. Our Polish combo is a very big hit. It's pierogies, kielbasa, sauerkraut, and our homemade potato cakes. And then we also do the potato cakes is also a full order too. We do all of our soups homemade. We have 4 soups daily. They're all made from scratch. On Fridays, we have our clam chowder, which is also homemade. And that one turned out to be a really big hit. Chicken noodles on the menu every day. And then we rotate the soups out every 2 or 3 days.
Jason, talk about growing up as a kid with your dad. I'm sure you worked plenty of hours as a young man in this restaurant, and talk about the lessons you learned working with your dad.
Even before this restaurant, I've been going to work with my dad since I was probably 5 years old. There was actually one time where I wanted to go to work with him so bad and he wouldn't let me. So I hid in the back of his car, and when he was almost to work, I popped out. He was
After the drive-in for 45 minutes.
Surprise!
he was a little upset and drove me home. But I just always watching him, watching what he did. So this came as like a second nature to me when it was time for me to work. The way he talks to customers, the way he treats the employees, the way he builds relationships, from the office to the front of the house. I've learned so many things I wouldn't know where to start, but he really set me up for success as far as knowing how to handle the hospitality business.
Talk about that. You wanted to go to work. I've heard stories where a business owner dad brings kid along, kid doesn't want to come, but you wanted to come. What drove you to want at a young age to say, I dig what dad's doing?
I grew up with him having his own restaurants, and there was many along the way, and I always found it fascinating, and I always knew that's what I would end up doing. Just off of watching him, he was always happy to go to work. He never came home and said, I don't want to work. He would go to work for fun. We would go on vacation to Cedar Point or somewhere and come back. It would be 5 o'clock and he'd still go to work even though he didn't need to. So just that type of stuff is, got me.
Things that you see with the restaurant owner.
Yes.
They have to be there.
Yes.
What they do to succeed, right?
It's a tough business, but at the end of the day, it's your business. So you got to do what's right. And, if you look at it as a job, you're not gonna love it. I look at it as a lifestyle. So, early mornings, late nights, holidays, whenever you got to be there. But just being here and interacting with the customers and employees is what makes us happy.
It's a good segue into the last question I want to ask you, Whale. Talk about the connections you've made through the years and the relationships you've developed. Obviously, the people is ultimately why you come to work every day.
We talked about success, and something I should have brought in earlier. I believe the reason for my success in my business, particularly this restaurant, I've been blessed with a lot of good help that's very loyal to me, been with me for a lot of years, many years. Some of them actually were here way before I even purchased the restaurant. And they're good. They make a good connection between me and customers. Of course, happy employee make happy environment, smiles on their faces, have customers come back. We know most of our customers by name. We have customers that come in 3 times a day, and that's saying a lot. We try to be as friendly as possible. At the same time, we have great customers here, and that's a good repeat. That's what keeps us happening and going.
It sounds like you treat this like your house,
It is.
It's our house, and we're welcoming guests all the time, right?
Yes. Actually, my wife tells me this is my first home.
I'm sure she's being a little sly with that, right? So, but to Whale and Jason, congratulations on your success through the years right here. We appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you so much.
All right. One of the reasons the Bamies have had such a loyal following is their stalwart waitress, Denise Houston, a Livonia resident who has worked at this property for nearly 49 years. Denise, what drives you to continue to hustle here as a waitress?
The love of the business. It's an adrenaline. You get to take care of people the way you want to be treated. The quality of the restaurant, the management, the owner, they just put their heart into it, and I put mine right with them.
So you love that connection you make with your customers?
Yes.
That must be the driving force for you.
Or even to a stranger, to make them smile and tell them to have a good day.
So knowing that somebody's smiling back to you, that's really the payoff for you for the day?
Right. Or when they say, thank you, this really was a nice meal, a nice service. That means a lot.
So in that moment, you're like, okay, I rocked that out, eh?
Yeah, I did it.
I imagine when you've been, 5 decades at one property, you've come across multiple generations of families that come in here.
At least 4.
Wow. Talk about that, and just obviously that adds to the connection that people come here and they want to see you and they want your kids and grandkids to see you.
You just get to watch them raise their families, and the kids graduate from school and, become husband and wives and parents and then grandparents. And,
So you're following their whole life story
Right.
along with this.
right. When they lose someone, you lose someone too, right with them.
Well, Denise, that's an inspirational story, and we appreciate you taking time to talk to us today.
Thank you.
So, and that's all we have for this edition of Cityscape. We thank you for finding time to join us today, and we'll see you again next time.
In a city dedicated to progress, Greenmead stands as a monument to Livonia's past. Greenmead has been the site of centralizing Livonia's history since its purchase in 1976. This 95-acre site is located at 8 Mile and Newburgh Roads, and as a public park, it is open year-round for visitors to attend. Greenmead provides visitors the opportunity to step back in time, preserving significant historical structures from 1829 to 1937. Joshua Simmons was the third person to purchase land in what was then called Buckland Township. He purchased 157.6 acres in 1825. This area was renamed Livonia Township in 1835. After purchasing his land, Joshua returned to New York and worked for 2 years. In January of 1826, he married Hannah Machomer, and in September they started their journey to Michigan via the Erie Canal. They named their property Meadowbrook Farm and built a 3-sided log cabin. On November 18, 1827, Richmond Clark Simmons was born, the first of 7 children. He is believed to be the first white child born in the township. In 1829, Joshua built a barn on his property, which still stands today. This was the first frame barn in Livonia. The Greek Revival style main residence was built in 1841 by local architect builder Sturgis P. Lyon. Today this is known as the Simmons Hill House. Meadowbrook Farm remained in the family for 4 generations until 1915. In 1920, Sherwin and Jean Hill purchased Meadowbrook Farm from Ella Goebel and the Rackhams. They spent a year restoring and remodeling the home. The property was renamed Greenmead after Mrs. Hill's childhood home in Baltimore, Maryland. They also added the South Barn to the property, the greenhouse, and the caretaker's cottage, located at the Victor Parkway entrance. Mrs. Hill had Greenmead Farm placed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1971. The Simmons Hill House and its 9 dependency buildings derives its historic significance from the completeness of the setting that typifies the way of life long ago vanished from the Detroit metropolitan area. The Simmons Hill House was restored in 2012 and is open during our Sunday tours for guests to enjoy. Before Greenmead, the city of Livonia had another museum site known as Quaker Acres. The Historical Society was established in 1956, and then the Historical Commission in 1958. When the Quaker Acres site became available, the Society urged the city to buy the property, and after it was purchased in 1962, plans begun to turn the house into a museum, and the collection of artifacts began. When the Shaw House was in danger of demolition due to the building of I-275, the Society and Commission raised funds to move it to Quaker Acres site. Soon after, the A.J. Gear Store and DUR waiting room were purchased and moved as well. A site plan was developed for the 5-acre site, and the city began acquiring adjacent land. The museum finally opened in 1975, but a year later, Greenmead became available, and the city purchased this property to develop a new historical village. In 1976, the Gear Store and the DUR waiting room were moved to Greenmead, followed by the Newburgh Church, Parsonage, and Kingsley House in 1977. In 1979, the Alexander Blue House and bungalow were moved to Greenmead. In 1981, the Friends Meeting House and Shaw House were relocated to Greenmead. The Cranston Hindenburg House was donated by the Southland Corporation and moved in 1985. This building now serves as the gift shop, which is open during our special events, Sunday tour days, and can be open for shopping during the week, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. The Newburgh School was moved in 1987, completing the Newburgh intersection. The school is available for teachers to utilize for their students to have a day in a one-room schoolhouse type experience. The latest move was that of the Nankin Mills School, which was built by Henry Ford and opened to students in 1937. Fundraising efforts to restore this building are currently underway. The Friends Meeting House dates to 1846 and is one of the oldest existing meeting houses in the state of Michigan. Local interest in this house is heightened by the fact that many of the first settlers in the area were Quakers. Kingsley and Shaw, both built in 1843, are examples of Greek Revival architecture, built by men with different income levels. Nathan Kingsley was a farmer of average means, earning approximately $500 per year. John Shaw was a well-to-do farmer with an income of $7,000. Period furnishings have been used to recreate the interior of these homes and to give the public a feel for life in the 1850s. Greenmead was designed to showcase Livonia Township over time. The western edge of the village represents the 1850s time period. The front section of the Cranston Hindenburg House was built about 1850 and later remodeled. The rear section of the house was constructed using whole log joists and was built prior to 1850. The buildings in the village follow a chronological order as they lead to the intersection of Newburgh and Ann Arbor Trail, recreating as it looked in the late teens and early 1920s. The settlement of Newburgh has been carefully preserved in great detail, with the A.J. Gear General Store, the DUR Waiting Room, Newburgh Church, its parsonage, a bungalow-style home, and Newburgh School. With these 6 buildings, Greenmead has preserved a complete example of a crossroad village community. The Alexander Blue House is an adaptive reuse building restored to its 1870s exterior appearance. It currently serves as the Greenmead office on the 2nd floor and a rental facility on the main floor. Greenmead also hosts a variety of events and fundraisers throughout the year. For more information on our events, please visit greenmead.us or like us on Facebook.
Hi, I'm Todd Zielinczyk, the City Engineer for Livonia. As summer comes to a close and fall begins, I'm here to update you on our infrastructure projects throughout the City of Livonia. As you see behind me, we're on Farmington Road between 5 Mile and 6 Mile. As you all been aware, there's been recent work at this intersection at 5 and Farmington, and we appreciate your patience as we were able to complete the replacement of a 16-inch water main valve on the south side of Farmington Road at 5 Mile and place new 12-inch water main heading from 5 Mile up to Myrna Court near the creek, Bell Creek branch, and complete that activity which is going on as we speak behind me. In addition, we're also working on Merriman Road water main between Plymouth and just south of the CSX bridge on the southbound lanes. Also coming is water main work on Harrison Road from Joy to Plymouth, and on Westfield between Middlebelt and Merriman. For the portion on Westfield Avenue, we're placing approximately 5,100 lineal feet of water main with 8-inch high-density polyethylene pipe via pipe bursting, along with 1-inch service leads and including 15 fire hydrant assemblies. In addition, Harrison Road from Joy to Plymouth will be under construction with new water main replacements with approximately 5,200 lineal feet of 8-inch high-density polyethylene pipe placed via directional drill. We are wrapping up the 2023-2024 water main improvement projects, Area 7, 8, and 9, which included Bell Creek Lane and Bloomfield, Greenland off of Puritan, Merriman Road between Puritan and 6 Mile, Grove west of Merriman Road, Farmington Road from Bell Creek Lane to 6 Mile Road, and most recently at the intersection at 5 and Farmington, including northbound Farmington Road to just south of the Bell Creek. And if you're down at Merriman and Plymouth Road, you've seen that Consumers Energy has actually been working along the north side of Plymouth between Middlebelt and Farmington. They've been replacing a 6-inch high-pressure gas main throughout that corridor. In addition, they're also replacing some gas mains in the subdivision between Middlebelt and Merriman, south of Plymouth and Old Rosedale Gardens, to West Chicago and the surrounding areas. Again, everyone's improving and trying to upgrade the infrastructure for years to come. As part of the 2024 concrete repair program with Hard Rock Concrete, they're completing the last few street segments on Munger and Bobrich, west off of Middlebelt, Crosswinds Court, north off of 6 Mile, and Kenwood Court. One of the biggest projects we have is West Chicago from Harrison to Inkster. This road was constructed in 1979. We are very appreciative that we got 45 years of service out of this road and is reconstructed at a cost of $1.55 million. Mark Anthony was a contractor, and they're currently wrapping up paving the driveways and asphalt approaches along with street returns as we speak. The project is anticipated to be completed by mid-September. We appreciate everyone's patience over the 3.5 months of construction activity in this area. In addition, MDOT will be coming in 2025 to reconstruct Ann Arbor Road at Newburgh Road, including replacing Hines Drive Bridge and widening that location up to Marketplace on Plymouth and redoing that signal. That's a $20 million investment. The 2024 asphalt repair program done by Nagel, they are on their last street, Laurel Park Drive, working from 6 Mile Road to just south of University Drive. They're working on the southbound lanes and will then flip over to do the north side from 6 Mile to Laurel Park Court. Again, please use the posted detour route. We are working to repair approximately 5 locations on Newburgh Road, Plymouth Road to Ammerheim Road that has taken its toll over the past 4 years from the I-275 traffic. Areas will be milled and resurfaced in specific locations that have been identified in the northbound and southbound lanes. Please be patient as we try to wrap up our projects this fall and get things put back to normal so you can enjoy the remaining year. And again, appreciate your patience. And if you have any concerns, feel free to contact the engineering department at 734-466-2655, press 4. Thank you and have a great fall.
We're grateful that you're able to come out and join us today to help us celebrate a new chapter for the Chamber of Commerce that serves the Westland business community. Last fall, leaders in Westland and Livonia came together to develop a new partnership to support a shared business community and promote all the attributes of the 8th and 9th largest cities in Michigan, with more than 1,200 members, making us the 6th largest chamber in Michigan. Today marks a major step in advancing the partnership we forged 9 months ago. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Mayor Coleman to say a few words. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
To me, this is a big win-win for both communities. Westland and Livonia have a long history of partnership between some of our shared school district. I'm somebody who grew up in Westland, but a Churchill High School graduate. So really, I got a big place in my heart for Livonia and Westland working together. And I believe that this has brought a lot of new energy to both business communities. Dan West and his team, they're a rock star team, and they're off to an amazing start with this partnership. So let's give them a round of applause.
All right, I guess I gotta do this, eh? All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. There
The Friends of the Livonia Library is getting ready for its next book sale right here in the Civic Center Library. We start with the pre-sale on Thursday at 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. The pre-sale is open only to members of the Friends of the Library and to teachers with a teacher ID. If you're not already a member, you can join at the door. The sale continues on Friday and Saturday from 9 in the morning to 5 at night, and on Sunday from 1 in the afternoon to 5 at night. Anyone is welcome to come on these days. General prices in the atrium are hardbacks $1, paperbacks 50 cents, DVDs $1, CDs 4 for $1, and audiobooks 50 cents. Everything in our special book room is priced as marked. Sunday is bag day for the atrium. We provide a paper bag and you can fill it for just $5. All books in the special room are half price. Everything we sell here is donated by the community, and we are grateful for your generosity. We receive thousands of books and have over 30 categories, and since we are all volunteers, all proceeds go to the library.
The Friends of the Library are very generous supporters of the library's summer reading programs. In 2024, over 1,000 kids, teens, and tweens registered for our summer reading program, and combined, they read almost 429,000 minutes, and they earned 977 free books, all compliments of the Friends. The Friends also support our programs and performers, such as the Music Lady and Cameron Savara, and with 76 programs, we had almost 5,000 attendees. So we appreciate all of the Friends' hard work for their book sales, and we appreciate all of the shoppers who come and support us.
Part of the proceeds go towards buying new materials for the collection for you to check out.
Hi, this is Mayor Maureen Miller-Brosnan, and happy day, Livonia. The Livonia Senior Wellness Center is going to be built right here on the site that I'm standing on today. We want to make sure that you keep up on all of the good things that are happening here, not only at the Senior Wellness Center, but at some of the renovations that are going to be taking place at the Kirksey Recreation Center as well. So project is expected to begin in June. We're going to have a groundbreaking, and then in July you're going to start to see a lot of construction along this site and a lot of activity. And because we want to make sure that you're in the know and you know what's happening inside the rec center while all of this is going on, we've got 3 ways for you to keep in touch.
The first way is to make sure that folks are tuning in to our social media. You want to follow us on social media at Livonia Parks and Recreation, Livonia Community Facebook page, and that's going to notify them of any closures or programs that are going to be impacted so the patrons are up to speed. The second thing we're asking is that subscribers to our Parks and Rec newsletter get their subscriptions in so that every Tuesday they know what's happening. They go to livonia.gov where they can begin to navigate the site under the how do I. Then they're going to look for the subheading that says sign up for. Under there, they're going to click on the e-newsletters and they're going to look for Parks and Recreation news. And that's going to get them on that page. Number 3 is we want them to visit livoniabuilt.org. Livoniabuilt.org is a site that's been set up. It's got a QR code attached to it, and it is going to be the best source of information for up-to-the-minute updates on what's going on with construction of the Senior Wellness Center, as well as renovations to the rec.
All right, so there you have it. There are a lot of really exciting things going on here in the city of Livonia, and especially here at the Kirksey Recreation Center. So stay in touch, use those 3 tips that we just gave you, and stay well, stay healthy, Livonia.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for years he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like, if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Hi everyone, I'm Miss Jennifer, and here's another episode of Library Bites. Let's get right into our first question. My kids participate in the summer reading program. Are there any other challenges throughout the year that they can participate in? That's a novel question. The answer is yes. We have reading challenges that you can sign up for all year round, even for adults. Whether you want to dive into specific genres, push your reading boundaries, or just track all of the reading that you're doing, we've got you covered. Let's book it through our list of exciting challenges. 1,000 books before kindergarten for any child from birth until they enter kindergarten. Kindergarten Challenge, 50 and First Challenge, 2nd grade Storytellers, 3rd grade True 25, 4th grade Books Outside the Box, Tween Reading Challenge. For the adult book lovers who can't get enough, the 100 Book Club Challenge. Register for all the reading challenges at livonialibrary.beanstack.org or come in and see us. We're always happy to help. Kids up to 4th grade can keep track of their reading online or come in and pick up a paper log at either of the branches. Tweens and adults, you do all your challenges online. As always, these programs are free. Free! What are you waiting for? Start your logging today. That's it for this episode of Library Bites. Thanks for your great questions. Remember to keep sending them or leave them in the comments below. Until next time, happy reading!
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the 1,219th regular meeting of the Livonia City Planning Commission. I wish to inform all interested persons in our audience that for petitions on our agenda that involve a question of zoning, the Planning Commission will make recommendations to City Council, and the City Council, after holding their own public hearing, will make the final determination as to whether the petition is approved or denied. The Planning Commission will hold the only public hearing on requests for preliminary plats and or vacating petitions. The Commission's recommendation is forwarded to City Council for the final determination as to whether the petition is accepted or rejected. If a petition requesting a waiver of use or a site plan is denied tonight, the petitioner will have 10 days in which to appeal the decision in writing to City Council. Resolutions adopted by the City Planning Commission become effective 7 days after the date of adoption. Planning Commission and professional staff have reviewed each of these petitions upon their filing. The staff has furnished the Commission with both approving and denying resolutions, which the Commission may or may not use depending on the outcome of the proceedings tonight. If our secretary is ready, please call the roll.
Mrs. Denaro.
Here.
Mr. Bonjero is absent. Mr. Long
is here.
Mr. Ventura. Excuse me, Mr. Ventura
Is here.
Carmagno's here. Chairman Wilshaw
is here. Also with us tonight, we have Scott Miller and Stephanie Reese from our planning department. For folks in our audience that haven't been to one of our meetings before, the format is we will read each of the agenda items on our agenda one at a time. We'll give an opportunity for our planning staff to give background information on the petition. We'll ask the petitioner to come forward and speak to the petition and answer some questions that we may have. Then there will be an opportunity for anyone in our audience who wishes to speak for or against the petition to speak afterward, and then we'll make our decision. I do believe, Mr. Secretary, did you miss someone on our roll call?
Yeah, Mr. the name right there. Last name again, sorry.
Droz here.
Droz.
Mr. Joes is here as well.
Yep,
Thank you.
not on the list.
All right, great. Thank you. And with that, if you're ready, Mr. Secretary, we're going to go into item number 1 on the public hearing section of our agenda.
That's petition 2024-08-01-04, submitted by Skilkin Gold under section 13.15 of the Livonia zoning ordinance as amended, requesting to rezone the property at 37355 8 Mile Road, located on the southeast corner of 8 Mile Road and Newburgh Road in the northwest quarter of section 5 from C1 local business to C2 general business.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Miller.
This rezoning change would facilitate the development of a Sheetz gas station, convenience store, and restaurant. The subject property contains a two-story commercial building that is currently vacant. Due to the slope of the site, the building has a one-story appearance from 8 Mile Road. Site formerly contained a Rite Aid drugstore facing 8 Mile Road and a Caddy Shack golf shop that faced Newburgh. Area to be rezoned measures approximately 79,880 square feet, which is 1.83 acres. You have 264 feet along 8 Mile Road by 285 feet along Newburgh Road. The surrounding neighborhood, to the north you have the city of Farmington Hills. To the west across Newburgh, you have Greenmead Historical Park, which is zone PL. And to the south and east, you have the Whispering Willows Golf Course, which is also zone PL. Gas stations and drive-through restaurants are treated as a waiver use in C2 district. Thus, if the zoning change moves forward, the next step would be a review of site plan by the Planning Commission and City Council. The preliminary plans show a one-story, 6,139 square foot building near the middle of the site. Access would be provided by two driveways, one on 8 Mile Road and one on Newburgh. Along the 8 Mile, plans show six fuel pumps with a capacity to accommodate 12 vehicles. Parking for up to 55 cars are shown along the building's north, south, and west side. The drive-through pickup window is shown on the south side. Exterior of the building would be constructed out of brick and cast stone. An outside patio is shown along the north and east side of the building. And that's what I have so far.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Miller. Is there correspondence on this item?
Yes. We have first letters from the Department of Finance. It's dated August 28th, 2024. It says, I have reviewed the address connected with the above noted petition. As there is no outstanding amounts receivable, general or water and sewer, I have no objections to this proposal. Please contact me if you have any further questions. And that is signed by Connie Kumpala, Chief Accountant. Next is from the Office of Treasurer. It's dated September 6, 2024. All taxes and water payments are currently on this property at this time. Thank you for the inquiry, and that is signed by Sue Nash. And then the third letter is from the Department of Public Works, Engineering Division. In accordance with your request, the Engineering Division has reviewed the above referenced petition. We have no objections to the proposed rezoning at this time, but we would like to note the following items. Number one, the subject parcel is assigned the address of 37355 8 Mile Road. If additional addresses are required, the developer should contact this office after the site plans have been approved. Number two, the legal description included in the submitted drawings appears to be correct and should be used in conjunction with the project should the rezoning be approved. Three, the existing parcel is currently served by public sanitary sewer, water main, and storm sewer. The submitted drawings do not include any information regarding proposed services to the building, but the design engineers for the projects have been in contact with this office and are aware of this department's requirements. We will review the proposed services once design drawings are submitted for permitting. Number four, as noted, design calculations are not shown on the submitted drawings, but the project will be required to meet the Wayne County Stormwater Ordinance, including stormwater detention requirements. Number five, a traffic study for the intersection should be completed to determine if either of the access points would need to have restricted turn movements. Existing traffic backs up past the proposed access points during the evening rush hour, so turning movements from the site may need to be restricted. Number 6, the grading plans are included with the drawings, but we have concerns for the proposed parking lot and drive approach grades. The existing site has a large grade difference between the north and south side. The developer needs to make sure that the pavement and walkway slopes do not exceed allowable minimums. Number 7, the work within the floodplain will require permits from the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy, EGLE. Number 8, any work within the 8-mile road right-of-way will require permits from the Wayne County Department of Public Works. And that is signed by David Lear, Assistant City Engineer. And that's the extent of the correspondence.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Miller. And we did receive a copy, I believe, in our packet of the traffic study that was done for this property, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that satisfies one of those issues that was raised. Is there any questions for our planning staff? Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, Scott, I missed the study meeting with the power outage, but so is the intent for them to bring that they have a drive-through on the south side? Are they intending to bring that back end back up to grade? Is that?
That is a question. I mean,
I can ask them as well, but I didn't know.
Because I think it is pretty, it's a different grade, so
yeah.
I'm curious how they're going to do it, maybe retention.
Okay, I didn't know if we were aware of that yet. And, I realize that this is just zoning at this point, but I think that's a significant factor in this. So we'll have to ask the petitioner, I guess. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Any other questions for Mr. Droz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One point of clarification or question. During our study session, we talked about the future land use for this particular parcel. And I don't think it was noted in the packet, but at the meeting we discussed that the change of this parcel to a Parks and Community designation likely was an oversight, and it was intended to remain commercial. I just want to maybe just
That's
that
correct.
point of clarification.
It was probably before even the Rite Aid was there. I mean, it probably has never changed once that rezoning. It should have probably been changed at that time, but it stayed that future land use. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Droz. Any other questions or comments to our planning staff? If not, I'll ask if the petitioners in our audience feel free to come forward. And again, I do want to iterate, as has already been mentioned, that the request before us tonight is for a rezoning request. So the focus of our meeting tonight is going to be on the change of zoning from C1 to C2, which is a change in commercial zoning. There will be some discussion about the site plan and how this property is going to be used, but we're not going to be giving detailed review at this point of the building and building materials and so on. So we're going to try to focus our comments mostly on the zoning and is this an appropriate change of zoning. So with that, good evening, sir. We'll ask that you start with your name and address.
Sure. Yep. Good evening. My name is Drew Miller. I'm with Skilkin Gold Real Estate Development, 4270 Morse Road, Columbus, Ohio.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Miller.
Yep. Thank you. Good evening to the members of the commissioners and city staff. Thank you for your review of this project. Tonight, we're really happy to be back in front of you with this new location for our proposed sheets. With us tonight is John Cecil from Wade Trim, who is our engineer. So if there is some concerns about the grade or anything revolving that or the traffic, we're happy to answer those questions. Alex Sawicki with Sheets is here as well, and he's going to take over and explain a little bit more about what's proposed.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Sawicki.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Alex Sawicki. I'm from Sheets. You can find me at 39300 West 12 Mile Road, Farmington Hills, Michigan. I do have a PowerPoint presentation this evening. Mr. Miller, do you think it's possible to bring it up?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to give you the backstory on the Sheets, and then we'll get into the site specifics here.
Mr. Sawicki, right before you start, I know, Scott, I don't know if you can turn the TV on that's behind you.
I did. It just, but it's like it's not
If it's not going to play nice, that's fine, but
For some reason, I don't know.
I tend to like the look over that.
I'm hoping it stayed because it did it before and then it went off.
Okay, thanks. All right, go ahead, Mr. Sawicki. Thank you.
You can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so Sheetz was founded in 1952 by Bob Sheetz in Altoona, Pennsylvania. Over 70 years later now, we are still family-owned and operated with over 750 plus locations. We actually just opened one up this morning down in the Toledo area, so I've been traveling across state lines today. We originally started as a restaurant and carry-out, and that very much holds true to our values today. As you can see on the next slide here, we are still family-owned and operated. There are no franchises in our company. All our stores are 100% corporately owned, and they are run and managed by the Sheetz family. So about 16 people of this tree here that you see come and work in our business every single day. Moving on to the next slide, so getting to that restaurant and carry-out mentality, you can see that we offer a full kitchen. So we call it MTO. You'll see that logo in some places, but it stands for made to order. You can get all sorts of combinations out of our kitchen. Last time we calculated, you can get 1.8 million different combinations out of our menu. So that means you can get these are really bland recommendations, but you can get a breakfast sandwich at 3 in the afternoon, or you can get a salad at 3 in the morning. We also have Sheetz Brothers coffee. You can get, again, you can make it any way you want it, but you can get your specialty coffee drinks, you can get smoothies, you can get milkshakes, you can get more. And then that convenience option. We have an incredible convenience offer in our stores. You can get all the snacks and drinks you can think of, and all the way down to all your grocery items like bread, eggs, and bacon. We have, in that restaurant, we have 30 interior seats, and we have up to, or I shouldn't say up to, we have 16 seats outside. So you can, sit down after you order your food. You can eat. You can join a conversation with friends, send off an email, whatever it is that you need to do. You order that food on our touchpad menus, which you can see in the middle photo there. So you literally walk up to the kiosk, just click on the screen, however you want to order, whatever you want to order, and we'll make it up for you. We have that same technology out at our drive-thrus. So when you pull up to our drive-thru, which this location is proposed to have, instead of talking to someone, you can actually touch on the screen what you would like to order, pull it around, and we hopefully will have it ready for you. So getting into a little bit of our building, we do a state-of-the-art building. Our buildings are top-notch, and they look incredible. So we have 4-sided architecture. That means our buildings look good from just about every angle you can look at them. We use full-section brick and stone. We have a great selection of architectural metals, great color palette. The buildings really do look awesome. Again, like I said, we also have that outdoor seating. You are a great PowerPoint clicker. You're on it. So we take our local investment in benefits to the community seriously. So this location is going to be around a $10 million investment for us, a lot of which is the geotechnical concern, which we'll discuss the grading here in a minute. Much of our construction investment is spent locally using local contractors, and all of our engineering work, like John over here, is spent on local firms. This location will have 30 to 35 jobs, primarily full-time employment. If an employee's availability allows, we always prefer to have full-time. The tax assessments on this property will most certainly increase, which is always a plus. But then we also give back to the community. So we have a few different charities at Sheetz. One of them is Sheetz for the Kids. We also do donations to local food banks. So this store every single week is going to make a donation to the local food bank. And we also partner with Special Olympics at every level, so national, state, and local. And then we also do plenty of donations to local schools and organizations, Drama Guild, the T-Ball Club, those type of things. So getting into those employees, those 30 to 35 jobs, we really believe in being a top-notch employer. So we offer full medical, dental, vision, paid time off, parental leave, employee assistance programs, retirement, bonuses, tuition reimbursement, and of course you got to get your MTO while you're there, get your food and drink discount. To prove what a good employer we are, I just want to talk about some of the notable awards that we've won just this year, and one we actually just won this morning. I was able to sneak that in here a little bit. So Great Place to Work and People Magazine has recognized Sheetz as one of the top 100 companies to work for in the entire country. We actually ranked number 9 this year. Great Place to Work and Fortune Magazine, which you'll recognize from the Fortune 500, also named Sheetz one of the top 100 companies to work for. And then Newsweek and also Great Places to Work named Sheetz the second best retailer in the entire country to work for. We got that one this morning, number 2. So we're really pumped today. So enough about Sheetz culture. Let's talk about this site specifically. So this is a request for a rezone from C1 local business to C2 general business. It's a 6139 square foot building, convenience store, restaurant, gas station, located southeast corner of 8 Mile and Newburgh Roads. So there's a little map there. As the planner said earlier, it is 1.3 acres, and it has 6 fueling pumps with 12 stations and a convenience drive-through. Another look at the elevations to see that full section brick and stone, the colors and metals that we use. It's a really good looking building. Here's the site plan. I know you've all seen it. It's kind of small up on this screen, but we do have parking on all the sides, the building down towards the south there, a canopy kind of central to the north, and the 2 cuts onto the 2 public right-of-ways. I wanted to show you guys the sidewalk plan of the building. This is kind of a specific question that came up during the planning session, but this kind of shows where the seating is going to be, that there's plenty of room to maneuver around that seating. This is the floor plan. It's pretty busy inside our stores. We do offer a lot of things. So you guys will be able to take a look at that. If you guys haven't been to our first location in Michigan, down in Romulus, I would encourage you to do so. That location is bigger than this one, but once you go in, you're going to get the same general feel. And finally, I have some photos of some real-life stores in operation. This is one of our canopy and building. This is on the south side of Columbus, Ohio. Another one up close and personal of our main entrance. That is our indoor seating area, and you can see the touch order screens a little bit better there. And that one is another view of the canopy in the building. And then finally, to the request. So a reminder, this request is for a rezone from C1 local business to C2 general business. And with that, I am here to answer your questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sawicki. Let's see if we have any questions for you. Any questions from any of our commissioners at this point? Mr. Droz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So included with our packet was a traffic study, and I guess as we look at rezoning this parcel, I think you've demonstrated that you can make your product work within the site. Is Sheetz in concurrence with the traffic study and prepared to make those recommended improvements as part of a future project?
Yeah, so we're still looking at the traffic study and making sure the feasibility of the construction recommendations, but in general, yes, we agree with the recommendation.
And then my second question was regarding the stormwater management. So there's, I think, rather significant erosion issues within the Whispering Willows golf course adjacent. Mm-hmm. And I guess I'm just looking for concurrence that full compliance with Wayne County stormwater is intended.
Absolutely. They wouldn't issue us a permit otherwise.
Fair enough. Thank you. No further.
Thank you, Mr. Droz. Any other questions for our petitioner? Mr. Long?
So, as I stated earlier, I'd like to understand what you're planning to do on the south side, and as a frequent visitor to Whispering Willows, I'm very concerned about that stormwater runoff as well.
Sure. So the soils there are quite bad. If you guys are familiar with the site, the building is it's kind of falling down. Mm-hmm. If you look at historical images from Google Earth, you can actually see the amount of concrete on the lot has become larger and larger over time. So we're anticipating to spend about $1.5 million to remediate the geotechnical concern on site. So that will involve digging out all the bad soils, replacing them, bringing it up to a relatively flat grade, and that would include a retaining wall and special foundations for a building.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Any other questions? Mr. Ventura.
I understand, and you described, I thought, very well at the study session, how you're going to bring big stone in there and build the site up so that it's stable when you put your building on top of it. However, the elevation at the entrance off of Newburgh Road can't change.
Correct.
So what will the grade difference be between the restaurant, as the floor level of the restaurant, and the elevation at the entrance?
John, do you happen to have that answer? Our engineer will be able to answer that better.
Sure he will.
Hi, my name is John Cecil. I'm with Wade Trim, 1145 Wayburn Street, Grosse Pointe Park, Michigan. To answer that question, we understand that the entrance elevations are set. We've set the elevation of the building in such a manner that it's not going to be exceeding any sort of steep slopes. We're anticipating somewhere around a 3.5% slope down through that entrance. Actually, that entrance comes into the site, so we are respecting those slopes. We are going to make that work and meet within tolerance. So we're expecting somewhere around a 3-4% slope coming from the Newburgh up into the site.
In terms of feet?
Well, it's probably about 3 feet. I don't know offhand exactly.
3 feet over what distance?
Probably about 100.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Ventura. Any other questions for our petitioners?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Caremagna.
Mr. Sawicki, tell us, we're entertaining rezoning this property. Why is this a good location for a sheet store?
I mean, this is it's a great location. Let's put it that way. We take a lot of pride in our site selection. We look at traffic patterns. We look at consumer spending data. A whole lot of algorithms go into that, and then also the gut feeling of our real estate personnel. You know, they have an excellent track record over the past 70 years of selecting awesome sites. This is going to serve a great demand in the community right in this general area. There's not too much comparable offer, so that's why we believe it's going to be a great spot.
Do you expect to pull a majority of your business off of the local roads, the local neighborhoods, or do you expect to pull business off the highway, or a combination of all?
I would say a combination.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caremagna. Any other questions? No other questions from any of the commissioners? Then I will go to our audience. I'm going to give our audience members a chance to speak. You just want to sit for a moment,
Great.
Mr. Sawicki. Folks in our audience are welcome to come forward to our podium. And again, we'll ask that you start with your name and address.
I'm Dave Hall. I live at 37300 West 8 Mile, Farmington Hills, Michigan. Thank you, Commissioners, for listening to us tonight. I'm disagreeing with my friend from Sheets. If you look at the traffic in that area, I live right on 8 Mile. This is going to be right across from my house. I have a picture of my house that I'd like to show everybody. And the front room, the front room to the right, that's my bedroom. So I'm going to be getting lights.
You can just pass it to Ms. Reese there.
From their building all day and all night. This is 24/7, 365 days a year. The traffic is already unbearable there. At 5 o'clock, I cannot get out of my driveway. This is going to cause major accidents. I mean, I've got kids that drive. We own a landscape business also that we run out of our house. We're grandfathered in from the Farmington Hills. We've owned this company. We've owned the house for 40 years. I've owned this company for over 40 years. We started this thing when we were kids. So I'm deathly afraid of my kids pulling out. They've got to go 3 lanes to make a left-hand turn. And now we got cars coming eastbound. I'm telling you, there's going to be accidents. You can see the accidents already. There's an accident every other week on that corner. I mean, bad accidents. We hear it all the time. The lighting on these buildings, you can see how lit up they are. I mean, and this is going to be in my yard. I have no privacy. I'm going to have no privacy at all. 24/7, 365 days a year. This cannot happen. We love to open our windows. We got windows, big, beautiful windows. We love opening them at night to get a breeze into our bedroom, and it's beautiful. I'm not going to be able to do that anymore. I'm going to be listening to riffraff and all kinds of, they sell beer and wine here. I mean, 3 o'clock in the morning, the gentleman already said 3 o'clock in the morning, they're going to be able to go in and get a salad. And this is outrageous. Traffic. And you can call this what you want, but all I know about Sheets, and I've read on them, this is a truck stop. This is a truck stop. And 275 is 1 mile down the street. So they cannot tell me that they're not going to have semis in this place. And then this eating deck we just found out about on the east side, or it'd be the east side of the building. That's, again, this is what I got to deal with. It's already bad enough that I got to deal with Whispering Willows having a party there and their band playing till midnight that I have to deal with. And now I got to deal with this. I just hope you guys turn this down. I don't think we need it in our community. They can go to 5 Mile and Haggerty or anywhere. That's a big commercial area. They don't need to go here. So my wife and I, we oppose this.
Well,
thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hall, for your comments. We appreciate that. Mr. McNabb, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I've got a couple of copies of my presentation here if you'd like to see. I wasn't able to print out too many. So tonight I'd like to speak that as a crow flies, my house is 2,500 feet from this property across the golf course. But more importantly, it's downstream to this property, and I'll talk about that in just a second. The bottom line to this is what's being proposed is taking a bundled business that is clearly permitted in a C3 zoning classification and rezoning a piece of property that is clearly and appropriately and presently classified as C1 by reclassifying it as a C2 with justifying with waivers. Now let that sink in. Basically allowing a business that belongs next to an expressway off-ramp, not in a residential neighborhood. The topography of this property is horrendous. You've noted that here tonight. If you look off 8 Mile to the south, that property drops at least 20 feet. You look off to the east, it drops another 10 to 15, maybe 20 feet, and it's all into the golf course. But more importantly, it drops into a stream back there. And that stream connects up to the Bell Branch, which also connects up to the Rouge River. If we get a spill, it's going to be devastating. It goes through the golf course, it runs past our houses, back through the golf course, back to the other golf course on 7 Mile, and out through that property. A spill would be devastating. The wildlife that's in those ponds, if you pull up one of his slides up there that shows the property with the ponds, the golf course, you'll see clearly Nope, keep going.
Yeah, that's all I have.
Thank you for this slide.
I don't have it.
There's one that is an aerial view that shows ponds. It's not this one, but there's another one that has ponds of the golf course. And they're right there next to it. It's within 20, 30 feet to the east, and where the yellow line is at the bottom there, that's that creek that runs through there. But there's a pond. You can just see it squeaking out in the top left or right corner up there. There's a pond there. The traffic patterns, it's horrific. The egress problems onto 8 Mile and Newburgh is going to be a problem. If you see my slide there, number 4, you can see the red arrows. Those are the problem points that you're going to see. You have to go across the different lanes, but it's not conducive at that point. That's why the drugstore didn't make it there, I'm sure. It's very difficult for people to get in and out. And now you're talking about trying to get a large 12,000-gallon oil tanker in there? 96,000 pounds on that property. You're going to build it up, and then you're going to expect a 96,000-pound trailer full of fuel to pull in there to load up the fuel tanks. There's no good way to exit the property going west or going south. And it's not just at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The undesirable noises and smells from a gas station. Regardless of the wind directions, you can look at any one of those directions, north, south, east, west, or points in between. It's all residential. Any type of operation like this is best suited not in a residential setting. The potential for contamination into the residential water system. There's a 40-inch water main that goes right into that corner from 8 Mile. There's waterworks just down the street there on 8 Mile. The main line for all of those residential properties comes through that corner. If anything happens to that water line, we're all screwed. The potential for crime. According to FBI statistics, in 2022, convenience stores and gas stations were the site of 14% of the robberies and 5% of violent crime. Shoplifting by juveniles, multiple customers in the stores create problems. Who wants this problem in their neighborhood? Especially when the higher crime translates into higher insurance rates. There's also a 2020 study by the FBI that talks about the robberies, homicides. Convenience store is number 4 on the list of those crimes. Do we really need a gas station right there? Do we need that convenience store, the takeaway? There are no less than 18 gas stations within a 2.5-mile radius. I showed you the map on the paper there. All of them are not in a residential area for good reasons. Let's be honest. Do you really want this in your neighborhood? Let's talk about the rezoning. Rezoning from C1 to C2. The major concern for this form of business at the proposed location are problems of noise, odor, lighting, fumes, dust, danger of fire and explosion, crime, and traffic. C1 is classified as a local business district. C2 is general business district. C3 is highway services district. That's where this belongs, is somewhere that's C3. The location chosen is definitely a C1 classification. It's a monumental stretch to try to get it into C2 and then give them all of these little waivers to allow it to be a C2 when it really belongs in a C3 with no waivers. So find a spot that's a C3 and forget the C2s. Leave our neighborhoods neighborhoods. One other thing on the zoning. This is considered a limited service and carry-out restaurant. It says so on the sign out front. It says present zoning, and then it says request change to G2 general, propose limited carry-out. Limited, the word limited is key here, correct? In your section 6.51 of the zoning ordinance 3160, it says limited service and carry-out restaurants with or without outdoor dining areas are subject to several conditions. Number C is drive-up window facilities are not allowed, they're prohibited. There's a drive-up window there. Who's kidding who? Is it limited or isn't it limited? Either get rid of the word or abide by it and abide by your own ordinances. My bottom line here, I would like to suggest that they move it somewhere else. There's many locations, 8 Mile and Haggerty. If they want to stay in Livonia, let's find them someplace else that's more conducive. I don't know whether or not 7 Mile and Farmington is a good spot. There's a building that's been sitting there for, God, only who knows, it was 15 years, empty, huge parking lot. Let them build there. Let them get their lights there. There's nobody that lives there. So, in conclusion, I thank you for your time. I thank you for consideration. I'm all for business. Don't misunderstand me. But that business does not belong on that corner. Let's find something that does. Thank you very much.
Mr. McNabb, I know who you are, but can you please give your name and address just so we have it on our record? I appreciate that.
Ralph McNabb, 36372 Fairway Drive. And I got to apologize. I got a sore back.
Oh, we appreciate that. Well, all your comments will be on our record, and that way we can attribute it to you. So we appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions?
I think we're good.
Okay. You do have 2 copies.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
They'll all be part of our record. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir. You're next.
Good evening, Commissioners.
And again, can I ask who we're speaking with?
My name is David Sharp, and I live at 21462 Beaufort Lane. And this is a subdivision, Meadowbrook Hills, Woods and Forest, which is right across from Greenmead.
Okay.
As a master gardener, I worked in Greenmead. I'm a major contributor to Greenmead, and we're very close to Greenmead, as you might know. I'm a retired teacher. I taught in Detroit for 34 years. I founded the Finlandia Community Gardens at the Finnish Center. Many of the people who use our gardens are from Livonia, and many of our members are from Livonia. And as a matter of fact, my wife and I go to church in Livonia. We've even owned a piece of property in Livonia, so my heart is close to Livonia.
We appreciate that.
What I haven't heard from anybody tonight is the experience that I have with this community area. Now, you, perhaps not personally, but certainly the city of Livonia has created a most beautiful area in the southwestern part of your city. You have, as I mentioned, Greenmead, you have the golf course. It's an environmental center because we have, as was mentioned, ponds and many animals that are frequently seen in this area. We even have turkeys. You have an opportunity this evening to make an important decision. Your decision is hopefully going to be in keeping with the decisions that have come before to create this beautiful area. Now, I want to address the gentleman from the Sheets.
Please speak to us,
Because
sir.
I want you to know that I thought that was an outstanding presentation and a beautiful place. What a lovely place to buy food. But it's not belonging there. This should be placed in an area where there's noise and all of this other thing that have been mentioned here, not in that location. You have a beautiful area. I don't know how many of you have ever been there. Maybe you all have been, maybe often. But it is an extraordinarily nice area. And we're just going to be very, very sad if it has to change. I hope that you will, in keeping with your previous decisions, not allow these people to put this here. They're fine people, but they're in the wrong place. And I would appreciate that if you would consider it very seriously.
Well, thank you for your comments, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Ralco.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Greg Ralco. I live at 36116 Fairway Drive, Livonia, just east of the golf course in Golf Ridge Villa. We've been there about 10 years, and we like the area, but we don't like the traffic. That's a very big concern. We live close to 8 Mile, and traffic is especially with the freeways, and they've been all diverting up and down 8 Mile because of the freeway work that's been done. 275, of course, the 696, 96 corridor as well. We don't go a week without having at least 1 or 2 police officers parked right on our entrance to our subdivision. And pulling people over left and right. And I know there's a police officer here, so I'm ratting them out. But give you a sense of the speed with which people are going through that area, and just the volatility of that area. That corner, I think you have to remember, when you're going northbound on Newburgh, it's 1 lane going northbound. The right lane is a turn-only lane. And during the 275 construction, we had so many people at that corner avoiding 275 that they were proceeding through that intersection in both lanes and then getting over. And there was plenty of accidents. I called the police. I said, you can have a field day in pulling people over, and they did. They were out there almost every day. So the traffic is a big concern. I used to be in the fast food industry years ago, and the biggest question that I have is how many cars or how many customers, I mean, they've done all their research and they've done their projections, how many customers do they expect through there on a daily basis, on a weekend, during rush hour, during breakfast hours? How many people do they have? Because you have to factor that in when you're looking at your traffic assessments. They'll underestimate it, but I'm sure they're projections, and they're great people. I love that industry, and I think they're a noble family-owned operation. However, that's a very interesting thing to know, and it's a good thing to know, because you don't want to underestimate. And then when they open up that day, that they have double the volume that they're representing, or that your traffic patterns and your thinking about traffic can sufficiently accommodate in that corner. That's a bad corner to begin with. Ralph mentioned the number of accidents, or the first individual that spoke tonight about the accidents, and there are plenty of accidents at that corner. It's kind of in the corner of the of the city, but it's accident prone. The other thing, too, is proximity to 275. I think there's unequivocally their projections in their revenue model has to accommodate or has to count the number of people that are going to come off 275 to go there. Because I don't think there's enough people in that area to support such a huge operation. Certainly the fuel, but you've got fuel, as was said earlier, you have fuel that's just at the Kroger on 8 Mile, and then, of course, the brand new Speedway. So there's enough fuel there. We don't need fuel, okay? And if that's part of their business model, then, and they're banking on stealing customers from both of those corners, then I don't know if that's a good thing. Maybe they don't need fuel, or they do need to be closer to the proximity of the freeway. I don't know where the Romulus operation is, but I will almost bet that it's probably close to I-94. And it's a bigger operation, as you said, but it's probably close to 94, which for that reason, the designation, I believe it said G3 or C3, close to proximity of a freeway, is more conducive to what they're offering. Meals at all times of day, who wants those? Not the people that live there, not the families that live there, okay? And this is a family business, not the families living around there. They don't need food 24/7. The people that need food 24/7 that are passing through. And we don't want people passing through, okay? How do you protect your neighborhoods, okay? You don't have people passing through, okay? And that's a big problem. And I hate to even venture the number of people and the people, where are they coming from? Where are your customers coming from? When you have proximity to neighborhoods, okay? I've seen the cop outside our subdivision. I said, come here and park at 3 in the morning, okay? That's when I want them there. And he says he doesn't work nights anymore. There was a mention of a couple other locations within the city. I'm not going to do their real estate for them. We know where they're at. We have the Jeffries Freeway coming through. There's probably places there, or this may just not be a good place for them. But it certainly is an encroachment on the people that live there, and the inconvenience of a convenience store is going to be placed on the residents that live near there. It's rich in irony, but that's exactly what's going to happen. I won't go west out of my sub. I'll go to 7 Mile. I'll go down Gill to 7 Mile. I'll avoid that corner. And there was a comment there about Rite Aid. I didn't shop at Rite Aid that often because of that reason, getting out of that corner. And it's a blind left turn if you're trying to go south coming out of that corner. It's a blind left turn going south on Newburgh because you're allowing people let you cut in, right? And then there's someone plowing through on the left turn lane. That's the reality. I've seen it, and I've avoided accidents, but I've seen accidents. We don't need that. We don't need that. Not to mention the construction. This is going to be a huge inconvenience for everybody, for Greenmead, for everybody. How long is this thing going to take? How long is it going to take to build? He's got major geography, topography work to do. How long is this going to take? What's the traffic flow going to be for us living there during that period of time? It's not a good location. You remember over in front of on 8 Mile and Haggerty, where they put that pod out in front of the bank, right on that one strip near the corner. And that lot always used to crack, and it was the soil underneath there. It wasn't conducive, or what they didn't do it correctly. And forever, that whole lot you had waves of cement, and it was unsafe, and it was just, they had to redo it so many times. If you're trying to put a square peg in a round hole, and I think that's what they're trying to do here, that's just not a good place for it. Ideally, on a flat surface. You don't create a flat surface where there's not one. And everything around it is exposed to the ramifications that could be created. I think we need to be aware of that. I think we really need to be aware of that. So I'm adamantly opposed to it. Not opposed to sheets, in family businesses and things like that. I applaud them, and it's always nice to have them come into our community. But this isn't the right place for it. And the last thing I'll add is, before I moved to where I am now, I used to live in Laurel Park too, and I was the president of the Homeowners Association. And years ago, it probably predates most of you that sit on this committee, was Showstack wanted to put in a development on that corner. And it was, they wanted to put in a drive-through, a Del Taco drive-through. And I've got a lot of the people in our subdivision that were pretty upset about it because of the hours of operation and the lights and the noise and everything, and they didn't want it. And it was interesting, the committee said one thing, it said, that area we don't have drive-through. It's a nice area, we try to maintain the image or whatever of that particular plot of land in that area. This is no different, it's just 2 miles north. And so I think that was pretty revealing when they said no to it. And then you got Qdoba, and then you got now the Walgreens there. And so that was a nice development. It was something that the people locally wanted, the Walgreens there, because that was the convenience that they liked. And it was for the people around that area. This isn't for us, okay? This isn't for us. It's for the people that are going to come off 275, that are going to go up and down 8 Mile, and they're going to cause numerous accidents, but they're going to cause the inconvenience of this convenience store. And so I would be grateful that you say no to this. I don't think it's in our best interest, and I appreciate you listening to me ramble on.
We got it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Alco.
All right.
Good evening, ma'am.
Hi. My name is Karen Hall. I live at 37300 West 8 Mile Road, right across from where it would be. My main concern is, I know we talked about the traffic, and when they are doing construction, this whole time they were doing construction on Newburgh Road, I literally had people coming around my circle driveway all day long, in the evening, during the night. Of course, when they're coming up, the lights are shining into my bedroom. They're loud. I just think it's going to impact me the most with this being right across. I try to get out in the morning to go to work at 9 o'clock in the morning and come home at 5. At 9 o'clock in the morning, I wait through 3 lights to get out to 8 Mile to take a left to go down to Farmington Road. I have to make sure that there's no cars coming, because if I don't, one time one of my sons got T-boned coming into my driveway. And the traffic's horrible there. And I just want to make you aware that it's horrible. And the other part I'm concerned about is the crime. That when these people are open that late at night, how many people are going to be coming up to my door? When Rite Aid was there, they came up to my door. When the house that used to be built there, they would come to my door to use my phone. For me, it's security. And that's going to be all gone if this goes in there. Because they come up to my door. And I don't think anybody else wants people coming up to their wife's door at night. And it's a scary thing. So I really oppose this because of the traffic, the crime. If I go down to 8 Mile in Farmington to the Speedway, I'm walking out and there's people that are on drugs asking me for money because they say they want to fill up their car. And instead they take the money and they leave. Are they going to be coming up to my house asking me for money? That's what I really worry about that. So I just want to make sure you know how bad the traffic is and the crime.
Well, we appreciate your comments. Thank you for bringing those to us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Be careful. Hi, good evening, ma'am.
Hello, good evening. My name is Linda Allen. I live at 37203 Whitetail Court, Farmington Hills. So I'm about a good block distance down from 8 Mile and Newburgh, or 8 Mile and Halstead, whatever you want to call it. I'm a strong supporter of Livonia. My husband and I lived in Livonia just about 30 years, raised our children, and our daughters went to Stevenson High School. So I know Livonia through and through. However, in conjunction with the previous speakers, I can't agree more with them on everything they said. I really don't want to regurgitate the same thing, but all of the items mentioned are so applicable. We've been in our brand new built house for 4.5 years, and I never imagined the traffic problem. Number one is the traffic problem at that intersection of 8 Mile and Newburgh or 8 Mile and Halsted, however you want to name it. And like the residents prior that have spoken, this is a major, major concern. There's always police present. There's always an accident. There's also people always rerouted. And you're taking 5 lanes off of Newburgh. One, of course, is a right turn lane only onto 8 Mile. But you're basically taking 5 lanes, that includes a center lane, and you are going to 2 lanes. So already it's a major backup problem like everyone else has mentioned. So that's one point to reiterate. Second point is I did a little bit of homework because there was a proposal by this organization for 5 Mile in Newburgh. Read up about it. I don't know why it was denied and turned down, but it was denied for that location. I have very close friends that live in the 5 Mile Newburgh area off of Hicks or by the Italian American Banquet Center, all along there. And what they determined was, once again, we already have multiple gas stations. We don't need something like this. Well, just going 5 miles or 3 miles north isn't going to change the opinion of residents in the local area, whether they're from Northville, whether they're from Farmington Hills, or whether they're from Livonia. We all feel the same way. Now, I don't have any children at home anymore because they've grown up, but I know in my 17-home small new subdivision, there are many brand new families with a lot of small children. I don't think it's safe to have this location. I respect what they want to do, but as the previous people have said, it's just not the new home for Sheets. They need to find another location more along the lines of the C3 zoning. The other thing is that has anybody considered, okay, right on the corner of 8 Mile and Halsted is a daycare center. All those little children, okay? Now, I'm not saying accidents are going to happen. There is a fence and all that, but we all know the unexpected does happen. There's children out several times a day on recess playing all the little gymboree articles outside. I know if I was a parent dropping off my child, I definitely wouldn't want to see that across the street. So I'm sure that child time in that business, I'm not too thrilled either. I don't know if they've entertained any input to you guys, but I would think that's not a plus for them. We moved from our home in Livonia, which was just 2.5 miles away. We were off of 7 Mile by Fox Creek Golf Course to Farmington Hills. And the reason why we stayed there is because we love the area. We love what it's about. We love my husband golfs constantly at Whispering Willows. You know, it's just a nice, calm, non-noisy area. We all want it to stay that way. We don't want all this, and I determine if you can get this at 3 p.m. and this at 3 a.m., like the other people said, we don't need a 24/7 truck stop service at 8 Mile in Newburgh. I'm sorry, it makes absolutely no sense at all, and I think it's actually going to really bring down the Livonia community and the communities that butt up against Livonia. I just don't think it's going to be a nice look, even though like everyone said, the building's gorgeous. I mean, it's absolutely stunning, but not the right location. So I am very much opposed to this. I didn't move to that location in Farmington Hills with all these beautiful subdivisions and these monumental homes across the street with the wrought iron gates and everything and the beauty to have that thing bring down the entire surrounding area. I want to commend the gentleman that really methodically went through everything. I think his name was Ralph. Anyway, so he did an outstanding job, and he did it very well, and everything he said was exactly correct. And the neighbors are very, very concerned because we've all talked in the last week amongst ourselves. So thank you very much for hearing me, and I hope you deeply consider what all of these residents are saying.
Well, we appreciate your comments and
Thank
coming
you.
to our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Hello. My name is Jerry Allen. I'm previous speaker's husband. Just wanted to bring up a few points. First off, I live at 37203 Whitetail Court, Farmington Hills. I live behind Child Time. I really appreciate what the other speakers in opposition to this have had to say. Fully agree with them. I won't reiterate all of that, but I will point out a few things. I ride my bike practically every day through that Rite Aid parking lot. And I can tell you that trying to cross the crosswalk there, even walking my bike across, is taking my hands in my life in my own hands. It's dangerous. The other thing to consider that my wife brought up was about Child Time. Our daughters went there years ago. But when the gentleman from Sheets is talking about doing a traffic study, the traffic flows there vary depending on the seasonality. I know some of you were saying that you golf at Whispering Willows like I do. In the wintertime, it isn't too bad. You're not golfing in the snow. Now, it's bad, okay? And you've got traffic going in and out of there. You've got that right lane where people decide that they're going to go into Whispering Willows heading northbound, then others are going to 8 Mile. You've also got the situation where you've got different events going on at Greenmead at different times of the year. I mean, they had a Scottish festival there a couple of weeks ago. You've got in and out traffic going there primarily during the spring, summer, and fall, maybe even in the winter sometimes. The other issue with Child Time is the fact that when you're going northbound, those 4 lanes with the middle turn lane, which is kind of like 4.5, 5 lanes, those whittle down to a 2-lane road because Newburgh becomes Halstead. Well, in the mornings and the afternoons, and sometimes even around lunchtime, if you've got kindergartners, people are stopping to pull in heading northbound. And so you got this situation where the traffic backs up due to that. You've got kids, keep in mind Child Time's got their own buses, so you got those buses going on. The other thing is, God forbid, going back to what Ralph was saying earlier, if they were to have some sort of a leak or, God forbid, an explosion, I don't think any of you want to be having to explain why numerous injuries and possibly deaths of young children due to something like that. And with a 19,000-gallon tanker that's coming down 8 Mile Road off of a hill from the top of Greenmead, just imagine if somebody goes into the rear end of that thing. As other people have said, we have a speeding issue on 8 Mile Road, even on Halstead Road, because it's such a long stretch of straight road. I just think that that's a risk that's not worth taking. I've been in Sheets before. I used to work out in the Pittsburgh area. I like their stores. I like their food. I like the convenience. But to reiterate what other people have said here, this is the right company for Livonia, but the wrong location. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Allen. I think there's one more gal. Go forward. Anyone else wishing to speak, please be ready. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. My name's Kathy McRae. I live at 21126 Center Farm. It's technically a Northville address, but I'm in Farmington Hills in the sub-kitty corner from the proposed site.
Got it.
And I would like to say that, yeah, a bunch of us are from Farmington, but we probably shop in Livonia more, a lot of us, than Farmington, just because I go down to 6 in Newburgh all the time. So,
Sure.
I mean, we support your city. Anyway, Again, I agree with everything everybody said so succinctly and eloquently. And I would just like to add two things. You know, early on, one of the earlier speakers, either the Sheets or one of these two gentlemen said, you know, well, we'll limit traffic turning out of the station onto the main roads. We'll put a no left turn sign there. That's a joke. I mean, there's one down at the Speedway at 7 in Newburgh, and people turn left out onto Newburgh all the time out of there. Who's going to police that? I mean, it's literally an accident waiting to happen. You just those. I mean, no one pays attention to red lights anymore, let alone a no left turn sign. And then the other thing is another factor that hasn't been mentioned yet is litter. I mean, those places are going to have a lot of litter floating around the parking lot, and it's all going to blow down into the ponds on the golf course. You know, people can't even put their trash in a trash can. They just have to open their door and plop it down on the pavement. So it's going to get pretty gross pretty fast. I know you can tell me, oh, we'll have someone go clean up the area, but I just don't see it happening. And just in general, it's a jarring proposition. That's the only word I can think of as jarring. You're going from this one-story, kind of laid-back drugstore to this building with red, and it's got a canopy, and it's just going to be too much for that site. It's going to be the only word I can think of is jarring. So that's it for me, but thank you for listening to me.
Thank
I appreciate
you for your comments. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
that. There is another gentleman coming forward. Good evening, sir.
Hi, folks. My name is Rocky Fowler, and I live at 37250 West 8 Mile in Farmington Hills, pretty much right across the street from the proposed location. Really, I share the sentiments of all the previous speakers as well, so to spare you of any of that redundancy, but I would like that those are very important statements and comments. I'm a real estate agent with Keller Williams. My office is at Haggerty between 8 and 9. I do feel that's something that I don't know if that was brought up or not. You know, it's nothing against Sheets. I think that it looks like a beautiful place. It's just the wrong location. And I think for a lot of reasons, I don't think the proper traffic situation was assessed thoroughly enough. The previous people, again, not to be redundant, but they've made up some, or made some very important points on that. The accidents, I see it firsthand. I'm on almost an acre right there, and I thought that it would be a great location. The only thing, the noise with 8 Mile, I know that we'll have to, that's already there, but this is going to add to that. Like so many of the other residents, I've invested in landscape and different things to adjust to that, but this is something that I don't think we have the capacity for. I will say, no one can, predict the future and to certainty say that it's going to bring down our property value. I think the homeowners would concur, though, that would factor in. I think, too, I would just implore you all to consider what our parents and grandparents said over the years. Nothing good happens after midnight. And I'm not saying this, lightly either. I have kids, plan on having grandkids. I've been there for 20 years. And I don't think anything good happens after midnight either when it comes to, I don't know if there's proposed liquor sale there. I assume there would be, but, 24 hours. And so, as the gentleman from Sheets mentioned in the very beginning, he prefaced with, the contributions to the, kids and Special Olympics, I believe, or that's admirable. But on a very immediate level, that's my main concern is the kids, and I would implore you to consider that when you make your choice. That's really the main. Again, all my sentiments have been mentioned. That's really the big thing, though. Your traffic, but not just the traffic, but the fact that it's 24 hours. It's the wrong place. It really is. I don't think it's good for the city. It's good for any of the residents around either. So.
Well, we appreciate you coming out and speaking.
Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. We have a couple people left. Please come forward. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Julianne Mihalis Levine. I live in
37284 Rosedale, which is Halsted Hollow neighborhood, which is just north of the 8 Mile Newburgh Halsted, on the north east side.
East side, okay.
Okay, so that first neighborhood north of 8 Mile. Clearly, so many important points have been made this evening. Clearly, they have a business model that's excellent, and it goes to whether this is really the right location for that. It's a very pastoral feel to that intersection, and I think we all understand we don't want to lose that feel with, you know, the investment Greenmead, Livonia, the city of Livonia has put into Greenmead, what they've put into Whispering Willow, the Farmington Hills on the north side. The neighborhoods that have been developed there are beautiful neighborhoods. I would just add a couple additional points. I don't know if you've talked to the city of Northville, but I moved into that area. Actually, I lived at 9 in Halsted for 10 years prior before moving there, and I moved there in 2011, Halsted Hollow neighborhood. And the lot where Linda and Jerry have moved into, and the development there, the residential neighborhood there, when that 10-acre lot went up for sale, an assisted living facility wanted to come in and redevelop it, and it went to rezoning before Farmington Hills City Council and all the surrounding neighborhoods, because we were all notified. See, we were not notified. This needs to be understood. Your requirements of notification to the neighborhoods was very limited given the distance.
Sure,
And
it doesn't
there's a
extend into
lot
your
of
city.
neighborhood. We were all notified when the rezoning was going to occur, and all the surrounding neighborhoods, Goldstream, Applebrook, Meadowbrook Hills, Halsted Hollow, all came before the city of Farmington Hills Council and explained how we wanted to keep this area a residential area and the importance to that and the community that we had built there and invested in. So I just want to give you that background information, and it needs to be considered because a lot of people in that area haven't been notified. We only found out in the last week or so, and we have been networking with our neighborhood associations to make people aware of that. So there would probably be more people here this evening than what you have if those neighborhoods in the Farmington Hills side had received the notification.
Sure. Well, I appreciate you coming and making your comments.
Yeah. I also want to add that I think it's been brought out, a 24-hour site. Since I've lived in that corner, in that intersection, and I shop at the Haggerty and 8 Mile area, you know, there's the large Meyer stores. It is well known and documented that having that 24-hour, which they've cut back since COVID, but having that 24-hour clearly became a crime scene for the city of Northville. So I would ask you to also speak to them about the issues of having a 24-hour location open in that area, and people have spoken to their concerns about crime.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Sorry for the amount of time.
Oh, you're
I'm
fine.
recovering from a stroke.
Good evening, sir.
My name is John Elieff, and I own the Rite Aid where this project is going. And I've noticed more than a few people have referred to it as a truck stop. And the Sheets at Metro Airport is a gas station and a truck stop. There's truck fueling facility in the back and irregular motor vehicles in the front. This location will not have a truck stop. There will be no fueling for trucks. It'll be strictly for people who live there. And I had some people mention the Rite Aid failed because of getting in and out. The Rite Aid was there for 25 years, and they had trouble with their opioid lawsuits, over $1 billion nationwide, and they closed all their stores in Michigan, not just this one corner. And Sheet's proposal, if you look at the drawing, they're using the two far driveways from the corner. They're eliminating the driveway closest to the corner, so they wrap the corner, making it a lot safer for traffic coming in and out of the site. Also, one neighbor mentioned he's going to have lights coming at night. I have 40 lights, tall, gigantic lights on that property, and I keep them on all night long. Now that Rite Aid closed, they're off. But for all the years I've had the property, those lights are on all night for safety. And they're not proposing any more light at that site than we have, and probably less. It's a good location, but the building is old. It's over 30 years old. It needs something new. And I was impressed with Sheet's when I was out of town, and I drove to the new one just the other day when they opened, and I loved it. It was beautiful. And they were busy, but they're nothing like a Chick-fil-A where cars line up and cause traffic. Their drive-through I didn't see one car while I was there. Most of the people got their gas, grabbed a bite to eat, either pre-made food, which I did, and left, or they got something made to order. And I like the fact that I went in, the restrooms were clean, and they were huge. They're not like a typical gas station. And if you're coming out of Greenmead during the event, I support Greenmead also. And you want to stop in and use the restroom, they're clean and they're large, and they take care of them. They don't let them run down. The gas station by my house you're afraid to walk into the bathroom. It's awful. And as far as food goes, my great aunt lives a mile away. My mom just a little further. My mom turns 90 this year. We have 24-hour care for both of them in their home. And one of my caregivers is a vegetarian. And I like the fact that I can get a salad at 3 in the morning or 2 in the morning and bring it over to her while she's taking care of my mom. Not everyone lives a 9-to-5 life. People have different jobs. People have different requirements. I don't see it as a high crime risk. They have cameras. They have security. They're virtually cashless now. They're a well-run company, and I think getting rid of that old building would do the site justice and putting a nice new modern building there. And I don't think it would impact the area. And if they're concerned about traffic, they should contact MDOT and see about getting the light signals changed where you have arrows for turning and give people more time to turn to reduce the traffic backup. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your comments. Appreciate you coming down. I think that covers all the comments from our audience. We did get extensive comments from our audience, and I do appreciate everyone coming forward and speaking. We do give the petitioner the last word to speak. If there's anything that you'd like to say based on anything that you've heard, again, we don't want to create a debate back and forth, but we just want to see if there's anything you want to address.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, everyone in the community, for coming out. That actually means quite a bit to Sheets. So Sheets, if you've noticed, I've been writing this whole time. We take those comments and I guess I'm kind of speaking through the chair here to the audience, and we look at our site plan and see if there's things that we can do to help mitigate our neighbors' concerns. So most of you now have my contact information. If you didn't get it, please find me here before the conclusion of the meeting, and I'd love to speak with you. But some of the things that we can go over here, and we'll just touch on them very lightly, because this is a rezoning request, and we'll talk more specifically during site plan review. So traffic. So we do have a traffic study on file with you all, and it involves certain recommendations. We believe that the intersection will actually function better after the modifications to the timing signal as the traffic study suggests. Lighting. We meet the city's ordinance. All of our lighting cannot surpass the property boundaries. So all of our lights are down lighting, appropriately shielded, and we meet the foot candle requirements. So our stations are technically is not the right word. Our stations typically are very mellow when it comes to their lighting compared to maybe our counterparts that are on the freeway. Bringing me to the freeway item, this is not a truck stop. So there are some notable differences between a regular C-store that we're proposing here and a truck stop. Truck stops are much larger in acreage. They can accommodate tractor trailers being able to turn appropriately through the site, have places to park, that sort of thing. There's simply not the room here. If a tractor trailer came on our site or forbid more than one, it would clog up our entire operation, and we would have to ask them to leave. They also wouldn't want to come on our site. So the diesel that we offer at this particular location for smaller trucks and stuff like that, the pumps only pump about 6 gallons per minute. At a truck stop, it's about 30 gallons per minute. So at a truck stop, a big tractor trailer can fill up in about 5 minutes. On this proposed location, it would take them a half hour. They simply just do not want to come to this type of location. Pardon me while I go through my notes here. Construction sequencing was brought up by a few members of the community. It depends on the time of year, how long the construction will take. We are very quick at construction. I actually started at Sheets in our construction department, and on average it takes us about 5 months to build one of these things. It's remarkably fast for the scale of the operation. Alcohol is not permitted for our use within the city of Livonia, so we will not be serving alcohol here. And I think those are some of the main points. Again, I've given my contact info to all the neighbors, and I would love to speak with them and see what we can do to make sure that this is a site that fits in within the character of their community.
Well,
do you have any questions for me?
Thank you, Mr. Sawicki. I appreciate you just addressing some of those larger bullet points that we heard repeatedly from some of the people who spoke. You seemed to encapsulate that really well and at least address some of those. Let's see if there's any questions from any of our commissioners for you.
Absolutely.
Is there any questions for the petitioner based on anything that we've heard so far before we close the public hearing? I don't see Mr. Ventura.
Can you tell us whether or not you'd be willing to limit your hours of operation to something less than 24 hours?
So all Sheets locations operate 24/7, 365. We have for many, many decades. It's something that's kind of ingrained in our culture. We offer the ultimate convenience for our consumer, and it is for those types of folks that maybe don't live the 9-to-5 lifestyle, as the previous speaker said. So at this time, we would really like to have 24/7 in Livonia.
So I take that as a no.
That is accurate, sir.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ventura. Any other questions for our petitioner? If not, I will close the public hearing. And thank you, Mr. Sawicki, for your presentation. And a motion would be in order.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Droz.
I move to approve the resolution to request to rezone the property at 373558 Mile Road from C1 Local Business to C2 General Business District, and is hereby approved subject to the City Council approval for the following reasons. Point 1, a zoning change to C2 would be compatible and in harmony with the areas surrounding land uses and zoning. Point 2, the proposed C2 zoning is consistent with the longstanding commercial use of the property. Point 3, the proposed C2 zoning will allow the development of the subject property in a manner that is consistent with its size and its location, and will bring additional commercial service and retail to this part of the city. And point number 4, the proposed zoning change represents a reasonable and logical plan for the subject property that adheres to sound land use planning principles.
Is there support?
Support.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Mr. Droz, supported by Ms. Denaro. Is there any discussion on the motion? If there's no discussion, if the secretary is ready, please call a roll.
Mr. Droz?
Yes.
Mrs. DeNaro?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
No.
Mr. Ventura?
No.
Caremagno votes yes. Chairman Wilshaw?
Chairman's going to vote no. Motion fails to have support. Would someone like to offer an alternative resolution?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Ventura.
I'll offer a resolution that denies this petition. The request to rezone the property at 37355 8 Mile Road from C1 local business to C2 general business is hereby denied for the following reasons. Number 1, the proposed zoning contradicts the future land use map, which designates the site as parks and community. Number 2, that the proposed change of zoning is inconsistent with the adjacent zoning districts in the area. Number 3, that the proposed change in zoning is inconsistent with its established pattern of development and would adversely alter the character of the area. And number 4, that the proposed change of zoning is not needed to develop the property.
Is there support?
Support.
This is a motion to deny, made by Mr. Ventura, supported by Mr. Long. Again, is there any discussion? Mr. Droz?
My only point would be that I think point 1 of that resolution, per our discussion earlier, is that the future land use map may have been done in error, that it was to remain a commercial land use. So that's my only point to make on that.
That's a fair point. Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion?
I respond to Mr. Droz.
Mr. Ventura.
And point out that planning has acknowledged that they would leave it C1. That does not mean that planning would have mandated a change to C2.
Thank you, Mr. Ventura. Any other comments on this motion? This is, again, a motion to deny. If there's no other comments, the secretary is ready. Please call the roll.
Mr. Ventura?
Aye.
Mr. Long?
Aye.
Mrs. DeNaro?
No.
Mr. Droz?
No.
Caremagno says no. Chairman Wilshaw?
Votes aye. Again, the motion of the vote is split. Gee, wish Mr. Bonjero came with us tonight. All right, we have a stalemate. Is anybody willing to make a motion to table this to a future date to allow for a...
Mr. Chair, is it possible that we could just send this along to City Council without a recommendation either way?
This is a rezoning request, Mr. Miller.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I think we have to have some sort of definitive ruling as a for the City Council to consider.
You have to recommend.
So we may need to wait till Mr. Bonjero gets back and the vote done. Would anybody be willing to make a tabling resolution? That would be the only other alternative.
I'll make the resolution to table this until our next meeting's in October. Is that correct? Yes. Yes. Until our first meeting in October.
That'll be our next regular scheduled meeting. Mr. Long, you had a comment you wanted to make?
I would like to hear from the people at Sheets about their timetable and the effect of tabling this since we don't have a scheduled meeting for another month.
Ms. DeNaro, typically there's no discussion on tabling motions. We haven't had support for that yet. Are you willing to?
I'm willing to pull it.
To hold that for just a moment?
Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Sawicki, if this was to be delayed for upwards of a month. How does that factor into your plans?
You know, it's not ideal for us. It is something that we can work with. If we may take a moment, I would like to address any concerns that any of the commissioners might have more succinctly. Is that an opportunity to answer any more questions you all might have?
I think we've had as many opportunities as we can. I do appreciate you offering that, though. We're at the point where we need to make our decision, I think.
Great, understand. Thank
you.
you.
But thank you for offering that. Ms. DeNaro, are you willing to put that motion back on the table?
Yep, motion to table this until October.
Okay, is there support for that?
Support.
We have a motion to table by DeNaro, supported by Long. There is no discussion on tabling motions. Is there, Secretary, ready, please call the roll.
Mrs. DeNaro.
Aye.
Mr. Long.
Aye.
Mr. Droz.
Aye.
Mr. Ventura.
Aye.
Caremagna votes aye. Chair Mulshaw.
Votes aye. Motion passes. This item has been tabled to our next regular meeting, where we will consider it again. There will be limited discussion at that meeting.
Are we going to be able to talk to Mr. Bonjero? Is he going to be able to hear our concerns?
He will have the full record. Everything that was said today is fully recorded, word for word, in our minutes, and he'll have an opportunity to review those.
I get that, but I want him to hear the passion in our voice.
This is also videotaped too and broadcast, so he can also watch it as well. But yeah, at our next meeting, it will be a pending item because it's one that we've already had a public hearing on, so there will not be open discussion. So we're not going to have a full comment period again. But Mr. Bonjero will hopefully be there, and we'll be able to make a decision.
Thank you.
Thank you all for coming this evening.
When is that next meeting?
So how do we know what the result of Mr. Bongero's input is if we're all not allowed to come to the next?
Ma'am, you are welcome to come to the meeting. These are all open meetings. And that date will be, is it October 8th? 8th, October 8th. So that's the date if you wish to come. 7 p.m. Yes, 7 p.m. downstairs.
You may want to discuss the whole process, whatever happens with us.
That's fair, Mr. Long. I do appreciate you mentioning that. Just so anyone who's not familiar with how these petitions go through the city process, this is kind of a four-step, sort of four-meeting process, in the sense that the petitioner comes to us with a rezoning request. That's what we're dealing with today, to rezone this property from C1 to C2, regardless of what goes onto the property. We make a decision on that. This is a recommending decision that then goes on to City Council. The City Council, after holding their own meeting and their own public hearing, will make the final vote on whether the property is rezoned or not. And what they do is they will, they have to do a first reading and second reading. It's a multi-step process even for them. They will hold the first reading if they get this. Let's assume that this is, we recommend approval. It will go to City Council. City Council will consider it. If they want to go forward with it as well, they'll hold it into a first reading. Then the petitioner will come back to us and start a process of a site plan. This is the part where we go through looking at the building and the layout and the wall and the entrances and all the little nitty-picky details of the property. That comes to us. Again, we review it. We work with the petitioner to try to get what we feel is the best petition possible. We'll either approve or deny that particular site plan. And then, again, that will go to City Council with that recommendation. City Council will then vote on the zoning and on the site plan at some point in the future. So it's a multi-step process. We are just making recommendations to City Council. So regardless of if we approve or deny this, the petitioner will have an opportunity to appeal or to make that presentation again to the City Council, and the City Council will ultimately be making the final decision. So just so you understand, it's a long process. It's a multi-steps process. And the City Council is really the one that's going to make the final decisions on this, not us. We're just doing the homework and trying to get the best plan we can for the city. I go ahead with just one question, because you're in the audience and people TV can't hear you.
So with what you just went through, how long does all that take?
it's a couple month process at least. And it depends on scheduling, when meetings occur and all that type of thing, which is unfortunately why you're going to have a bit of a delay now, because we don't have a meeting between now and the beginning of October. So that adds a little bit of a delay. So it's unfortunate, but that's what it is. So with that, we are done for the public hearing on this item. We are now going to move on to item number 2 on our agenda. Thank you for those who did come tonight. Mr. Secretary?
Item number 2, petition 2024-08-02-13, submitted by A and B Fuel Mart, requesting waiver use approval under section 6.51 of the Livonia zoning ordinance as amended to operate a food truck at the Shell gas station at 33411 6 Mile Road, located at the southwest corner of 6 Mile and Farmington Roads in the northeast quarter of section 16.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And you thought everyone was here for your food truck.
It's only me, the small fish.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Miller.
Good evening. Thank you so much for gathering today. My name is Ali Hamouche. Yes.
One second, Mr. Hamouche. Mr. Miller is going to give us a background on this.
Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. The subject site measures 160 feet along Farmington Road by 135 feet along 6 Mile. The existing one-story building is approximately 1,500 square feet. It is positioned at an approximately 45-degree angle to the intersection. There are 2 groups of gas pumps, one fronting along 6 Mile, the other on Farmington. You have 4 driveways providing ingress and egress on the site, 2 on Farmington and 2 on 6 Mile. The site is zone C2 under section 6.51 of the zoning ordinance. Food trucks are treated as a waiver use under the same subcategory as a drive-in restaurant. One requirement is that no drive-in restaurant, in this case the food truck, shall be located nearer than 200 feet as measured to property to a religious institution. There's no religious institution within 200 feet of the property. The layout, the proposed food truck would be parked next to the north end of the existing building. There would be no seating area or carry-out, and only carry-out service would be provided. Parking is based on the station. They're required to have 8 parking spaces. That's what the site plan shows. There's also 12 more parking spaces at the pumps, which most gas stations says that customers use, but these are not counted as parking. There's no other modifications planned for this site, and that's basically the. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Miller. Is there some correspondence?
Sure. First correspondence is from the Department of Public Works Engineering Division, dated August 12th, 2024. It says, in accordance with the request, the Engineering Division has reviewed the above referenced petition. We have no objections to proposed waiver use at this time. The subject property is assigned the address of 33411 6 Mile Road. The legal description submitted with the petition appears to be correct and should be used for this waiver use, should this waiver use be granted. The existing parcel is currently served by public water main and sanitary sewer, as well as private storm sewer. The submittal does not indicate any changes to the existing utility leads, so we do not believe there will be any additional impacts on public utilities with this proposal. Should the changes to the existing building leads be needed, the owner shall submit proposed drawings to the department to determine if permits will be required. Also, should there any work be required within the 6 Mile Road or Farmington Road right-of-ways, the owner may be required to obtain permits by the Wayne County Department of Public Service, and that is signed by David Lear, Assistant City Engineer. The other next one is from the Department of Public Safety, Division of Police. I have reviewed the plans in connection with the petition. I have no objections to the proposal, and that is signed by Paul Walters, Sergeant, Traffic Bureau. The next one is from the Department of Public Safety, Livonia Fire and Rescue, and that's dated September 10th, 2024. This office has reviewed the site plan submitted in connection with the request to operate a food truck on the property located at the above referenced address. We have no objections to the proposal for the following. We have no objections to this proposal with the following stipulations. Number one, contact with the city building department to acquire or obtain the appropriate permits. Two, guidelines and codes will be provided and followed to the food truck operator and the gas station business by the fire department prevention division prior to setup. Three, on-site inspection by the fire department and building department inspection will inspect the food truck and set up site on the day of setup and prior to opening for business to ensure code compliance. Sales will not commence until violations, if any, are corrected. 4, separation distance from permanent structures and gas pumps will be enforced. 5, to the food truck vendor and gas station owner, read, understand, and follow the guidelines and codes to ensure compliance prior to inspection and help with streamlining this process with minimum to no violations. And that is signed by Brian Cupola, Fire Marshal. Next one is from the Inspection Department. Pursuant to your request, the above referenced petition has been reviewed. Number one, the proposed food truck trailer shall be located at least 10 feet from the existing structure or provide a rated firewall for separation. 2, permits and inspections shall be obtained if this project moves forward. And that is signed by Jerome Hanna, Director of Inspection. Next one is Department of Finance. I have reviewed the address connected with the above noted petition. There are no outstanding amounts receivable, general, or water and sewer. I have no objections to the proposal, and that is signed by Connie Cupola, Assistant or Chief Accountant. The next one is from the City Office of the Treasurer. All taxes and water payments are current and with this property, and that is signed by Sue Nash. And then we have a letter from a resident. This is this is dated August 29, 2024. Dear City of Livonia, we are in receipt of petition 2024-08-02-13 submitted by A and B Fuel Mart requesting waiver use approval under the section 6.51 of the Livonia zoning ordinance as amended to operate a food truck. We are requesting that this permit be denied because there are plenty of available lease space for businesses in the immediate area, and granting this permit distracts from that. Additionally, in Burton Hollow Plaza, there is pizza, Mexican, Chinese, subs, breakfast, and ice cream, to name a few. We feel our tenants will be unhappy about this potential permit because it will affect their revenue for whatever long this permit is granted. And that is signed by Rebecca Poulin, property manager of, this is property manager. That's it. That's the extent of the correspondence.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Is there any questions for our planning staff? If not, Mr.
I have one.
Go ahead, Mr. Nora.
Do we have food trucks anywhere else in the city?
No, this is the first one that's ever gone through.
I'm the first one to step forward.
All right. Mr. Droz?
Take the hammer.
And one question, Mr. Miller. You mentioned, I believe it was building official Hannah recommended that, was it a 10-foot separation?
Yes.
Between the building and the truck. Was that a conditional if it had a fire-rated wall, or was that?
It just says that they're 10 feet from the existing structure or provide a rated firewall for separation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Droz. Any other questions for our Plus staff? Mr. Ventura.
Mr. Miller, I read the ordinance that you made reference to that talks about food trucks. It specifically gives a definition of a food truck as a large wheeled vehicle. And if you go on and read throughout the ordinance makes a clear distinction between a vehicle and a trailer. This is not a vehicle. This is a trailer. So how does this come before us since it doesn't comply at all with the ordinance?
Well, he is basically, he's asking for a general food truck. So he's kind of given generic food trucks, like here's what I could put there. I mean, you could make a recommendation that it has to be a food truck instead of a trailer. But I mean, it's not like tied down to say this has to be this specific food truck. He's just asking that, can I park a food truck there? Basically is what he's asking.
All right, so the illustration of the trailer really doesn't mean anything.
No, I think he just submitted that as a generic, the food truck could look like that. He's submitted different, he submitted this. I guess this kind of looks like a trailer. But that's the food truck basically he's going for now. So if you want to classify that as a trailer, I guess I'm not, that is
Okay,
a
great,
food
thank you.
truck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ventura. Any other questions for our staff? If not, Mr. Hamouche, you're up. Good evening.
Yes, good evening. Ali Hamouche, 3341 16 Mile Road, Livonia, Michigan. Shell gas station. So this is, I think, my second time here after the first time that I actually changed the gas station upside down, give it a facial lift, making sure that it actually meets the neighbor expectation and also Livonia expectation as well, the city council and also the commissioners here. Appreciate everything, all the support you guys gave us in making that happen. Now, for the food truck, whether it's a truck or a trailer, we are open. And whether if you want to make it as a trailer or not, but just at the end of the day, we listen to our customers, our neighbor. We have a great neighborhood beside us, and they'd love to see some authentic food like Middle Eastern shawarma available in the neighborhood, which is not available within our neighborhood there. So that's what came up from, and they just want to try something that interesting, right? I mean, if you go in the Metro Detroit area now, you guys drive around and you see a lot of food trucks out there now in the different cities. Everybody is approving it. Everybody is seeing it. And we got a lot of our neighbors. They would love to see something like this in the type of the Middle Eastern shawarma, the popular name of shawarma. So I moved forward. I told them, okay, I'm going to move forward. I'm going to take the first step with the city of Livonia and see what's going to happen. So as a matter of fact, I did. I looked at the site. I saw where we can store that and make sure we comply with all the ordinance and the health department. As a matter of fact, I'm a current franchisee of a tropical smoothie. So there's no way I'm going to run this down because the reputation is, my name is there, my gas station is there. I'm a tropical smoothie franchisee in Ann Arbor. And so I know all the standards of food. How can I make the customer happy? I will technically serve that. I will need to have actual authority over that to make sure it meets the standard, it's not run down, and they offer good food. So that's where we came from about that, about the idea of having food truck in that area, at that corner.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your presentation. Do we have some questions for our petitioner? Anyone? Mr. Ventura?
So, will you have different foods there over time? In other words, my business is an office building in Southfield.
Yes.
And we have a steady parade of different food trucks that come in there. They're not trailers, they're actual trucks. And different kinds of food. So one week it'll be shawarma, next week it's pizza, next week it's fried chicken, and so forth. There's an assortment.
Yeah.
And different kinds of foods. Will that be what you're doing here?
No, it will be one consistent. I mean, basically, we collected a lot of. I wish I would have actually brought the folder up. I listened to my neighbors what they want. A lot of them were asking for something to do with the Middle Eastern shawarma thing. So we will focus on that food only. And given the background of where I came from, I'm sure I can make it good.
I guess one follow-up question, Mr. Chairman. You acknowledged that you were here before us before, and we gave you an approval to expand your gas station to put a food service in there. Can you tell us what happened to that plant?
No, when we asked for that expansion, it wasn't the food service. Actually, it was only to get more storage. And due to the fact that that was started in 2019, we went through the COVID era at that time. After that, the inflation happened, and things went skyrocket with everything, with construction, the material, the cost. So we actually kind of narrow it down, say, okay, what we have now is enough to serve the community. For the financial reasons, let's focus more on bringing the station up to the standard, to what we want to bring it up in the corner. And we just decided to just do a facelift instead of expanding.
Thank you. You did a nice job with your facial.
Thank you so much.
Looks very nice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Ventura. Any other questions for our petitioner? Mr. Jones?
Couple. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For this particular food truck, we haven't had many in the city, so had to do a little searching around. Would you classify this as a special transitory food unit or a mobile food service setup?
So repeat the last two words.
Maybe I'll try to define that based on my understanding of it, but there is a special transitory food unit or a mobile food service setup. And I think the difference is that one of them is more of a, basically, goes home every night. So it goes back to the commissary for servicing. Or do you plan for this to be more of a, I'll call it a semi-permanent type?
No, it's going to be actually permanent.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I guess with that, how will this setup basically, I'm asking questions about power, noise, how will it be basically maintained?
Absolutely. This is self-serve. So everything you see in front of you here, it has its own air condition. It has its own propane tanks as well, and it does have its own generator. So it's self, and also doesn't need any water from us, or doesn't actually put water to the system. It's self-contained, self-served by itself. That's the way how it's actually built.
But how is that maintained, I guess?
Maintained as far as from inside? Can you put the picture from inside? So inside and outside, technically it's going to be like part of the building. I will have to make sure that it's always, have that good graphics there, not faded. Always the paint is there from outside exterior. And from inside, as you can see, it's stainless steel, and you can immediately tell that this is very clean.
Maybe if I could rephrase my question, it was more of a, operationally, how is, obviously you need water for cooking, and there's going to be wastewater and trash.
That's what I'm saying.
How would that be? Is that something that somebody comes to pick up and basically pumps it down every day?
Correct.
Or how does that work?
Correct. Everything has a container in it, a capacity that can actually hold. And then every so often it gets served by special people to come in and do that.
Okay.
Yep. So we don't actually, they don't come in and plug in anything to our system of the station. It's self by itself.
Okay. And then you'll have if I understand it correctly, a generator running whenever it's in operation?
Correct.
Okay.
But the generator is not like a generator. It's like a noisy generator. It's kind of what's the word for it? It's silent, right? The decibels for it is very, very low. You can even tell it's running. Because it's a small operation. What does it need for a light and technically the register, and during the winter time or during the summertime, just for that HVAC to run.
Okay. I do have a few other questions about the site plan as well.
Absolutely.
And this is just my review of the site plan. I believe that site plan should be accurate to the conditions as best you can present. So there's a couple things that in reviewing it, I wanted to ask about. The first one was the truck is going to be adjacent to the building, and it looked like it was about a 30 by 15 foot area that currently is occupied by a barrier-free parking space. And I believe it looks like it's shown to be relocated to the other side of the building. If this is to be the case, it would seem to me like that needs to be part of this site plan. And I think the space, based on just how it's typically done with best practices, is that that space should be as close to the building as possible to provide barrier-free access. And in addition to that, the building itself, I think, is up on a curb. So actually, if you're in a wheelchair, you actually can't get into the front door. So I guess, from my view, it's these are things that, to me, this is a little incomplete.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, especially if this basically being I'm going to call it a permanent installation, I think there's additional site improvements that might be needed if you want to speak to any of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So Mr. Ventura actually brought up a good point as we were expanding where you see that red dotted line. That actually, the site plan is when we were expanding, right? So that expansion right there, I mean, on the right-hand side, my apology, we should have actually crossed this out. There is a handicap right there to the right-hand side. And where the red zone is, it's 18 feet by 30. That one is 18 foot by 30. And we will not relocate the handicap. There is enough actually to be able to park, because the food truck is only 8 foot. That's the width of it. And you can go up to 16 or 24. It depends what you want to do. So between 8 and 10, if we have to be away from the structure, we have enough room. Now, as I said, my apology, because this was for the site plan that we have for the expansion, and it didn't happen. So the relocating of the handicap, it will stay right there. And we do have 11 spaces of parking plus a handicap there, plus 8 at the pumps. So in total, if you consider you can park at the pump is 19. So we don't see an issue with relocating the handicap while that truck is there, and we will be able to service. But as I said, my apology that we should have actually crossed that handicap on the left-hand side and have it where the third car, where beside the red zone is. So that where that site plan came. And I'm very honest about this as well. We were under the time crunch to have it tabled at your meeting today, and that's what I had. And honestly, I did talk to my engineer, to architect. He didn't respond back to me to update it, only to show like everything as we need. I decided to mark it in, but I did miss that handicap spot. It's just a spot there. It's still on the right-hand side. And you can see it from the Google map. It's still there.
Understood. And I think that's, you know, as we mentioned, this is our first. So
Yeah, absolutely.
I
You
think
have the right
there's
to ask any question. As I said, I'm up here in order to get the hammer. So
yeah, I think we want to make this, you know, as concise as we can. And another point to that, if this is going to be a permanent installation, I think there's 2 wall pack lights on the building right in that area that I guess, and what I'm getting at is if this comes back, I'd like to see considerations for what photometric impacts that would have. If this is a large unit and it happens to block that, I want to just make sure that site lighting is maintained.
absolutely. I mean, the unit does not go beyond like 9-10 feet, and those are set above like 13 foot above. You can see those lights, so it's not going to, as a matter of fact, it's just going to provide more safety because the lights will shed down toward that.
Okay, I think I'd just like to see that fleshed out a little bit more, just because especially if that's going to be up on a curb and how big the structure is, I think these are some details that I'd like to see a little more clarity to, personally.
Like the height?
The height, the site layout of it, you know, if there's going to be ramping to get up to this, it's up
Ramping
on a
to
curb.
get up where? I'm sorry.
To get your truck up on top of there's like some sidewalk in that. It's like a stamped concrete area right now.
That's right.
Yeah, so I think just to demonstrate how you're going to get that truck up there, and so.
I mean, that's one that's only 4 inches, which is, I mean, 4 inches you can go with the bike above. You don't need any. I mean, I don't know what else I can explain how we're going to get the truck up. I mean, I can get you the measurement for where I mean, you can clearly see where the projectors are, and the food truck is, I mean, you stand at the food truck here, is not above 10 foot above you. I mean, 10 foot, the most you can get any food truck.
My opinion on that is I'd like to see that on paper. And I can visualize what you're saying, but, we're seeing this truck for the first time. And and I'm being considerate of that, and I'd like to have a chance to look at that in a little more detail.
Yeah, no problem.
Anything else, Mr. Droz?
Nothing for.
All right, great, thank you. Any other questions for the petitioner?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Caremagna?
what do you envision the hours being for the food truck?
Like 11 till 11?
11 to 11, Monday through Sunday?
Yeah.
Okay, and you
Or
do-
maybe Sunday till like 10 because no one
Okay,
leaves
you-
the house at 9.
And you do envision being a trailer like this on jack stands, wheels chalked off, and that's kind of how you envision it?
I mean, just like that. Or at a different, they have those that Mr. Ventura actually mentioned as they have some of these that they can actually be, which is not, this is more better looking than these actually drivable trucks.
Okay, cooler outside, all that, that's kind of how it's going to look when it's in operation?
Yeah. Nice, beautiful graphics outside, cool, nice colors, making sure that always clean. No
Okay.
paint chips, nothing.
All right,
I mean, it's the corner of my store. I mean,
Yeah, I get
I mean,
that. Thank you.
at the end of the day, this is my name is there in the corner. I don't want to hurt my name there.
All right, all set?
That's it, yep.
Any other questions? There's no other questions. I do have one. Currently, there's a outdoor ice storage unit there.
Yeah, this
Where is that going to go?
to the other side.
The approving resolution for your expansion of your business in 2020, 2019, I guess it's 2020 by the time we got
Yeah.
it all done, had a provision that said that the sale of outdoor ice shall be restricted to, the sale of ice shall be restricted to the inside of the building. That was part of the approving resolution then. That's not being complied with. You're not allowed outdoor ice according to the
That was
approval back in 2020.
okay. Well, thank you for bringing this up, but it was actually the expansion, right? We didn't do an expansion at that time. We just did the facelift, and actually we comply with all the every year. What do you call it? The building inspection when he comes in, and we make sure that everything is whatever the city says. So the city prohibits us from selling any wood logs outside, and we did that. We moved them out, and they only allow to have ice just like any other gas stations outside.
Right. Well, we're typically, as gas stations come to us for any facelifts or any sort of approvals of any plans, we always attach a number of requirements to those approving resolutions, and that would include things such as free air, no outdoor storage of or outdoor sale of merchandise other than oil, I believe. And that also includes a specific provision of the ice not being permitted outside in the approving resolution for your site. So,
I totally agree with you, but
so
the expansion was eliminated. That was actually going to sit inside.
You're gonna ultimately have to answer to the inspection department when they were aware of this. They may have not noticed it, but just because you didn't necessarily go through with the scale of your entire expansion doesn't mean that you're not bound by the conditions of that approving resolution. So I just want to make that aware to you that it appears as if you're out of compliance for that aspect of that approving resolution. So you may want to think about where that ice chest goes, and it may not want to be outdoors because, again, that's not allowed right now. So I just want to bring that to your attention, sir. Is there any other questions or comments?
One question.
Sure, Ms. Denaro.
Are you going to be managing the food truck, or is this going to be like a third party?
It's going to be under our management.
Okay.
That's a good question. Because it could just be a completely separate entity operating that, yeah. Okay, good. Any other questions, comments? There is no one left in the audience to speak for or against this petition, so there's no need to go to our audience and ask for comments. It's just Mr. Hamouche with us left. So is there anything else that you'd like to say before we make our decision?
No, absolutely not. I just, as I said, Mr. Ryan, that expansion, as I said, was to have enough storage to put these things in. And we made every possible thing to bring this up to what the city wants and the neighbor wants and that corner to how it actually looks like. And if that expansion did happen, okay, we only did the facelift. If that expansion did happen, we would actually have it to put it inside 100%. But if you go inside the station now, I mean, honestly, there is no space for it. I mean, I did not do anything against what I understood. I understood that the expansion, if this happened, I'm going to put it in. And that's my intention. It wasn't actually to tweak anything, but that's totally where I came from.
Well, I understand. I understand. It's not going to be my call to make anyway. I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
No, thank you.
Inspection.
But, I mean,
may
that's my point of view on this.
Okay.
Don't you think I was around the corner? But that's, I'm just every other gas station in Livonia, it does have that freezer outside for the ice.
Understood.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. If there's no other comments or questions, I'll close the public hearing and a motion would be in order.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Long.
So I frequent Mr. Hamouche's gas station, and I think he runs a good business. However, I don't think this is right for that corner, so I'm going to offer a denying resolution that this request to operate a food truck at the Shell gas station, 334116 Mile Road, is denied for the following reasons. Number one, that the petitioner has failed to comply with all general standards and requirements as set forth in Section 6.51 of Livonia Vision 21 zoning ordinance. Number two, that the proposal is in conflict with the spirit and intent of the zoning ordinance to promote and encourage a balanced and appropriate mix of uses and not to oversaturate an area with similar uses. And number three, that the petitioner has failed to sufficiently demonstrate that the site has the capacity to accommodate the proposed use. And number four, that the petitioner has failed to comply with all the concerns deemed necessary for the safety and welfare of the city and its residents.
Is there support?
Support.
All right, there is a motion on the floor to deny by Mr. Long, supported by Mr. Caramagno. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing nothing, if the secretary is ready, please call the roll.
Mr. Long.
Aye.
Caremagna votes aye. Mrs. DeNaro.
No.
Mr. Droz.
Aye.
Mr. Ventura.
Aye.
Chairman Wilshaw.
Votes aye. Motion passes. This is a denying motion. Sir, you will have 10 days in which to appeal this is a waiver use request, so you'll have 10 days to appeal the decision in writing to our city council if you'd like to take this further to them.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you for coming. And that ends the public hearing section of our agenda. We do have one more item on our agenda.
That is the approval of the minutes of the 1,218th public hearing and regular meeting held by the Planning Commission on August 20th, 2024.
All members were present with the exception of Ms. DeNaro, I believe. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
By Mr. Long, supported by?
A second.
Mr. Droz. And if there's no objection, I think we can safely show 5, if my math is correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With Ms. DeNaro's stating.
Yep.
Thank you. If there's no objections, we'll mark that down. And that takes us to the end of our meeting. Is there any other business to come before the commission? If not, a motion to adjourn would be in order.
So moved.
Ms. DeNaro, and supported by?
Support.
Mr. Ventura. And that is a motion to adjourn. Again, if there's no objections, we'll show 6 on that. I see no objections from anyone, so we'll mark that as a 6. And we have the end of our meeting tonight. I want to thank Livonia Television staff for bringing this meeting to our community. And it was a long one. We are going to be adjourning this meeting at 9:11 p.m. and wish good night, Livonia.
Hi, I'm Todd Zielinski, the city engineer for Livonia. As summer comes to a close and fall begins, I'm here to update you on our infrastructure projects throughout the city of Livonia. As you see behind me, we're on Farmington Road between 5 Mile and 6 Mile. As you all been aware, there's been recent work at this intersection at 5 and Farmington, and we appreciate your patience as we were able to complete the replacement of a 16-inch water main valve on the south side of Farmington Road at 5 Mile and place new 12-inch water main heading from 5 Mile up to Myrna Court near the creek, Bell Creek branch, and complete that activity which is going on as we speak behind me. In addition, we're also working on Merriman Road water main between Plymouth and just south of the CSX bridge on the southbound lanes. Also coming is water main work on Harrison Road from Joy to Plymouth and on Westfield between Middlebelt and Merriman. For the portion on Westfield Avenue, we're placing approximately 5,100 lineal feet of water main with 8-inch high-density polyethylene pipe via pipe bursting, along with 1-inch service leads and including 15 fire hydrant assemblies. In addition, Harrison Road from Joy to Plymouth will be under construction with new water main replacements with approximately 5,200 lineal feet of 8-inch high-density polyethylene pipe placed via directional drill. We are wrapping up the 2023-2024 water main improvement projects, Area 7, 8, and 9, which included Bell Creek Lane and Bloomfield, Greenland off of Puritan, Merriman Road between Puritan and 6 Mile, Grove west of Merriman Road, Farmington Road from Bell Creek Lane to 6 Mile Road, and most recently at the intersection at 5 and Farmington, including northbound Farmington Road to just south of the Bell Creek. And if you're down at Merriman and Plymouth Road, you've seen that Consumers Energy has actually been working along the north side of Plymouth between Middlebelt and Farmington. They've been replacing a 6-inch high-pressure gas main throughout that corridor. In addition, they're also replacing some gas mains in the subdivision between Middlebelt and Merriman, south of Plymouth and Old Rosedale Gardens, to West Chicago and the surrounding areas. Again, everyone's improving and trying to upgrade the infrastructure for years to come. As part of the 2024 concrete repair program with Hard Rock Concrete, they're completing the last few street segments on Munger and Bobrich, west off of Middlebelt, Crosswinds Court, north off of 6 Mile, and Kenwood Court. One of the biggest projects we have is West Chicago from Harrison to Inkster. This road was constructed in 1979. We are very appreciative that we got 45 years of service out of this road and is reconstructed at a cost of $1.55 million. Mark Anthony was a contractor, and they're currently wrapping up paving the driveways and asphalt approaches, along with street returns as we speak. The project is anticipated to be completed by mid-September. We appreciate everyone's patience over the 3.5 months of construction activity in this area. In addition, MDOT will be coming in 2025 to reconstruct Ann Arbor Road at Newburgh Road, including replacing Hines Drive Bridge and widening that location up to Marketplace on Plymouth and redoing that signal. That's a $20 million investment. The 2024 asphalt repair program done by Nagel, they are in their last street, Laurel Park Drive, working from 6 Mile Road to just south of University Drive. They're working on the southbound lanes and will then flip over to do the north side from 6 Mile to Laurel Park Court. Again, please use the posted detour route. We are working to repair approximately 5 locations on Newburgh Road, Plymouth Road to Ammerheim Road that has taken its toll over the past 4 years from the I-275 traffic. Areas will be milled and resurfaced at specific locations that have been identified in the northbound and southbound lanes. Please be patient as we try to wrap up our projects this fall and get things put back to normal so you can enjoy the remaining year. And again, appreciate your patience. And if you have any concerns, feel free to contact the engineering department at 734-466-2655, press 4. Thank you and have a great fall.
Hi Livonia, this is Mayor Maureen Miller-Brosnan here with some really exciting news. Our Livonia Transit Department is making some huge upgrades to our transit system. Not only are we rebranding it to be calling it Live and Go, but you're going to see some really transformational ways to get around the city. This isn't just a name change. Live and Go has a new app that allows residents to book rides, track their rides in real time, and make payments all on their cell phone or via computer. If you don't have a smartphone or you don't want to pay online, don't worry. You can still pay in person. This new program continues our mission to help Livonia's seasoned citizens and people with disabilities. But here's what's really exciting. We're expanding and we're becoming Live and Go. Live and Go will be available to assist in getting workers to their jobs and students to classes. This opens up new opportunities for people who don't drive or prefer not to drive. So for more information, please visit liveandgo.org and download the Live and Go app from the App Store on your iPhone or from Google Play on your Android. Well, there you have it, Livonia. So get on board and make your way through the city using Live and Go, and stay healthy and stay safe.
And I was asked by Mayor Maureen, why Livonia? And I said that when we go into a state, our first few locations out of the gate, we want to be the best locations that we can. We think we have a pretty good one in Sterling Heights, and we know we have a great one here in Livonia. I was excited, yes. My name is Michael Portillo. I have a pleasure of representing over 8,000 team members in our company. And our company that my father, Dick Portillo, started back in 1963. And we have Portillos still value people, and people are truly the heart of Portillo's, what we do, and they help us build what I think is the greatest company in the United States.
My finger.
Thanks, Mike Portillo. It is so neat to have the Ample founding family here with us today. So if you heard three things during the course of Mike's conversation with us, you heard why they are an ideal match for our community and why there is going to be ultimate success with this location. This is a business that is grounded in family. And in Livonia, we always talk about families being first. So we are ever so grateful to be part of Dick and Sharon's ongoing story. My prediction is that we will be the best chapter in that story because we are Livonia strong, right?
Work out at the Kirksey Recreation Center anytime with Studio Sweat on demand. Meet up with a friend. Watch your favorite instructors in online virtual classes. It's free for members. There are also dozens of live in-person classes available and new classes each session. Registration is now open. Find what makes you move. Visit livoniaparks.org.
The Friends of the Livonia Library is getting ready for its next book sale right here in the Civic Center Library. We start with the pre-sale on Thursday at 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. The pre-sale is open only to members of the Friends of the Library and to teachers with a teacher ID. If you're not already a member, you can join at the door. The sale continues on Friday and Saturday from 9 in the morning to 5 at night, and on Sunday from 1 in the afternoon to 5 at night. Anyone is welcome to come on these days. General prices in the atrium are hardbacks $1, paperbacks 50 cents, DVDs $1, CDs 4 for $1, and audio books 50 cents. Everything in our special book room is priced as marked. Sunday is bag day for the atrium. We provide a paper bag and you can fill it for just $5. All books in the special room are half price. Everything we sell here is donated by the community, and we are grateful for your generosity. We receive thousands of books and have over 30 categories, and since we are all volunteers, all proceeds go to the library.
The Friends of the Library are very generous supporters of the library's summer reading programs. In 2024, over 1,000 kids, teens, and tweens registered for our summer reading program, and combined, they read almost 429,000 minutes, and they earned 977 free books, all compliments of the Friends. The Friends also support our programs and performers, such as the Music Lady and Cameron Savara, and with 76 programs, we had almost 5,000 attendees. So we appreciate all of the Friends' hard work for their book sales, and we appreciate all of the shoppers who come and support us.
Part of the proceeds go towards buying new materials for the collection for you to check out.
Hi, this is Mayor Maureen Miller-Brosnan, and happy day, Livonia. The Livonia Senior Wellness Center is going to be built right here on the site that I'm standing on today. We want to make sure that you keep up on all of the good things that are happening here, not only at the Senior Wellness Center, but at some of the renovations that are going to be taking place at the Kirksey Recreation Center as well. So project is expected to begin in June. We're going to have a groundbreaking, and then in July you're going to start to see a lot of construction along this site and a lot of activity. And because we want to make sure that you're in the know and you know what's happening inside the rec center while all of this is going on, we've got 3 ways for you to keep in touch. The first way is to make sure that folks are tuning in to our social media. You want to follow us on social media at Livonia Parks and Recreation, Livonia Community Facebook page, and that's going to notify them of any closures or programs that are going to be impacted so that patrons are up to speed. The second thing we're asking is that subscribers to our Parks and Rec newsletter get their subscriptions in so that every Tuesday they know what's happening. They go to livonia.gov where they can begin to navigate the site under the how do I. Then they're going to look for the subheading that says sign up for. Under there, they're going to click on the e-newsletters and they're going to look for Parks and Recreation news. And that's going to get them on that page. Number 3 is we want them to visit livoniabuilt.org. Livoniabuilt.org is a site that's been set up. It's got a QR code attached to it, and it is going to be the best source of information for up-to-the-minute updates on what's going on with construction of the Senior Wellness Center, as well as renovations to the rec. All right, so there you have it. There are a lot of really exciting things going on here in the city of Livonia, and especially here at the Kirksey Recreation Center. So stay in touch, use those 3 tips that we just gave you, and stay well, stay healthy, Livonia.
If you're looking for a change, come join our team. Apply today at livoniapd.com.
We all have a type.
Maybe you know what your type is.
Maybe you don't.
But you have one. Am I your type? What about me?
You could be her type.
You can be the type to save lives.
Hi, I'm Todd Zielinski, the City Engineer for Livonia. As summer comes to a close and fall begins, I'm here to update you on our infrastructure projects throughout the City of Livonia. As you see behind me, we're on Farmington Road between 5 Mile and 6 Mile. As you all been aware, there's been recent work at this intersection at 5 and Farmington, and we appreciate your patience as we were able to complete the replacement of a 16-inch water main valve on the south side of Farmington Road at 5 Mile and place new 12-inch water main heading from 5 Mile up to Myrna Court near the creek, Bell Creek branch, and complete that activity, which is going on as we speak behind me. In addition, we're also working on Merriman Road water main between Plymouth and just south of the CSX bridge on the southbound lanes. Also coming is water main work on Harrison Road from Joy to Plymouth and on Westfield between Middlebelt and Merriman. For the portion on Westfield Avenue, we're placing approximately 5,100 lineal feet of water main with 8-inch high-density polyethylene pipe via pipe bursting, along with 1-inch service leads and including 15 fire hydrant assemblies. In addition, Harrison Road from Joy to Plymouth will be under construction with new water main replacements with approximately 5,200 lineal feet of 8-inch high-density polyethylene pipe placed via directional drill. We are wrapping up the 2023-2024 water main improvement projects, Area 7, 8, and 9, which included Bell Creek Lane and Bloomfield, Greenland off of Puritan, Merriman Road between Puritan and 6 Mile, Grove west of Merriman Road, Farmington Road from Bell Creek Lane to 6 Mile Road, and most recently at the intersection at 5 and Farmington, including northbound Farmington Road to just south of the Bell Creek. And if you're down at Merriman and Plymouth Road, you have seen that Consumers Energy has actually been working along the north side of Plymouth between Middlebelt and Farmington. They've been replacing a 6-inch high-pressure gas main throughout that corridor. In addition, they're also replacing some gas mains in the subdivision between Middlebelt and Merriman, south of Plymouth and Old Rosedale Gardens, to West Chicago and the surrounding areas. Again, everyone's improving and trying to upgrade the infrastructure for years to come. As part of the 2024 concrete repair program with Hard Rock Concrete, they're completing the last few street segments on Munger and Bobridge, west off of Middlebelt, Crosswinds Court, north off of 6 Mile, and Kenwood Court. One of the biggest projects we have is West Chicago from Harrison to Inkster. This road was constructed in 1979. We are very appreciative that we got 45 years of service out of this road and is reconstructed at a cost of $1.55 million. Mark Anthony was a contractor, and they're currently wrapping up paving the driveways and asphalt approaches along with street returns as we speak. The project is anticipated to be completed by mid-September. We appreciate everyone's patience over the 3.5 months of construction activity in this area. In addition, MDOT will be coming in 2025 to reconstruct Ann Arbor Road at Newburgh Road, including replacing Hines Drive Bridge and widening that location up to Marketplace on Plymouth and redoing that signal. That's a $20 million investment. The 2024 asphalt repair program done by Nagel, they are on their last street, Laurel Park Drive, working from 6 Mile Road to just south of University Drive. They're working on the southbound lanes and will then flip over to do the north side from 6 Mile to Laurel Park Court. Again, please use the posted detour route. We are working to repair approximately 5 locations on Newburgh Road, Plymouth Road to Ammerheim Road that has taken its toll over the past 4 years from the I-275 traffic. Areas will be milled and resurfaced in specific locations that have been identified in the northbound and southbound lanes. Please be patient as we try to wrap up our projects this fall and get things put back to normal so you can enjoy the remaining year. And again, appreciate your patience. And if you have any concerns, feel free to contact the engineering department at 734-466-2655, press 4. Thank you and have a great fall.
Wherever you see a flower, a bird, a beautiful tree, know that my love is with you as you bring our colorful stories to the world.
Make the forest part of your story at a park near you. Find one at discovertheforest.org.
All right, you guys, I'm going to read one book first. I know you're very excited for the firefighter. But I'm going to read one book first, and then we're going to have our special guest, okay? Is everybody ready? This is called Firefighters. Firefighters. And I'll do my best to show everybody the pictures, okay? Firefighters rush and scurry. Down the pole, slide and hurry. Put on great big fireproof suits. Put on helmets, gloves, and boots. Here comes Spot the pet Dalmatian, ready to leave the fire station. Swing aboard, hit the gas. Ladder truck roars, heads out fast. Sirens screech, wee-oo-hoo. Pumper truck comes zooming through. Oh my. Chief's car races, warning lights flash. Cars pull over, engines pass. Yeah, you got to pull over when the fire trucks come by so they can get to their emergency faster. Lift the ladders, haul the hose. Hydrants open, water flows. Flames flare up into the sky. Aim that water, shoot it high. Oh my, there they are, putting out that fire. Yeah. Crackle, sizzle, thunder, roar. Swing that hatchet, break the door. Firefighter starts to shout. There may be people to get out. They might have to save somebody. There might be somebody in that fire, in that house. Raise the platform, bring them down. Safe and sound on solid ground. They did it! They saved the people. Hooray, hooray, watchers cheer. Rescue truck is waiting near. They're there to make sure the people are safe and healthy and that they're okay and not injured. Grab the saws, axes, sledges, to the roof, walls, and ledges. Water whooshes, hisses, sprays. Fire crew has saved the day. Good job, firefighters. No more danger, fire's out. Only ashes swirl about. Pack the trucks, coil the hose. Back to town, the tired crew goes. I bet they're exhausted. That's a lot of work they just did. Check equipment, clean the truck, clean the clothes of guck and muck. Yes. Rest, talk, laugh, eat. Spot gets a special treat. All is quiet, all is still. Firefighters relax until, oh no. Clang, 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 they've got another emergency. Oh my. Fortunately, firefighter Dana does not have an emergency to go to right now, and she's going to be able to sit here and spend some time with us. So she's going to read a book, and then she's going to answer some of your questions. So think of some good questions you might have for her, okay? while she's reading her book. All right, everybody, this is firefighter Dana.
Hello. All right, so who knows Clifford, the big red dog? All right, good. So, my name is Emily Elizabeth, and this is my dog, Clifford. Clifford is not the oldest in his family, but he's the biggest. Last week, Clifford and I went to the city to visit Clifford's brother, Nero. Clifford knew the way. Nero lives in a firehouse. He is a fire rescue dog. I asked the firefighters if Clifford could help them. They thought he was the right color for the job, because he's red, and what else is red? The fire truck. Just then, a group of school children came in for a fire safety class. Nero showed them what to do if their clothing was on fire. Stop, drop, and roll. To smother the flames, you stop, drop to the floor, and roll until the fire is out. Clifford thought he could do that, so he repeated the lesson for the class. He stopped, he dropped, he rolled, and he rolled a little too far. Just then we heard the siren. There was a fire. Nero stayed to guard the children. Clifford and I ran ahead. He cleared the street for the fire trucks. I wish we had a Clifford to clear the street. That would help. Smoke was pouring from the top floor of a tall building. Clifford pushed the crowd to a safe place, and he saw some people in trouble. Clifford to the rescue. The heavy hose was hard to unreel. Clifford gave the firefighters a hand. He's pretty good at tug of war, I think. But then he saw that the fire hydrant was stuck shut. Thank goodness Clifford was there to unstick it. They had to get the smoke out of the building, so Clifford made a hole in the roof. Then the firefighters were calling for more water. Clifford found some and helped clear the smoke away. He blew the smoke out. When the fire was out, Clifford made sure that the firefighters got out of the building safely, and they were grateful for everything that he had done to help. He gave some firefighters a ride back to the firehouse. Clifford was a hero. The fire chief made him an honorary fire rescue dog, just like his brother Nero. All right, so this is the important part, okay, kiddos? So, Clifford's fire safety rules. So you save the number of your local fire department in your home phone and ask your parents to save it. Does anyone know what number to call in an emergency? What number do we call? 911. Everybody yell, 911. Very good. And then you need to know 2 different ways out of your house or where you live. So we all have doors in our house, right? Do we all have windows? So in an emergency, guess what? Your windows become doors. So you have lots of ways to get out, and you can practice with your family. And then you have to choose somewhere nearby to meet with your family during the emergency that's kind of away from your house. So our meeting place is Jane and Vern's tree, our neighbor's tree. So that's where we would meet. And you never go back to your house for anything if there's a fire, because you're the most important thing. Then you can also tell your parents to change the battery in their smoke alarm every year, and you can do it on your birthday, so it's super easy to remember. So I like to tell kids when I go in the schools that on your birthday, change the smoke alarms, and you get to practice a fire safety drill. And you can even time it, and kids seem to like that because everything's a race. So that's pretty fun. You do not play with matches, ever. So lighters, Matches, fireworks, don't play. Candles, treat them like glass, like they can hurt you, and just go tell an adult, okay? And then you never, ever use the stove without an adult, right? Good. Okay, so my name is Firefighter Dana, and then today my daughter Nora and my wife Kelly are here as well. So I'm going to show you guys some of my gear, and then I wanted to answer any questions. So I'll give you a really quick background. I'm in my 10th year at the Livonia Fire Department. I mostly work at Station 5 up at Middle Belton 7, but we kind of rotate around every day. So I've spent a lot of time there, Station 4 at Middle Belton Plymouth, and Station 3 over at 7 Mile and Wayne at Bicentennial. So I've been here for a while. I'm taking the public education and kind of trying to up that a little bit. So I'm in the schools a lot and some of our adult facilities. Have you guys ever been to Passport to Safety? So that's our big event. It's the biggest one in the country, actually, public safety. We just had it. It's in the summer. Our next event is in October. It's our open house. It's at Station 3, which is at Bicentennial Park. And I think it's October 12th. It's the second Saturday in October, typically. October is like Fire Safety Month. So if you guys haven't been to one, I really encourage you to come on out, all right? So I'm going to have, come here. Oh, no, you poked your eye. I'm going to have Nora come up. Can you? You're going to get your helmet? Okay. And I'm going to show you guys my gear. So we've got big, heavy jackets, and they've got our name on them. And they're super bright colors because at night or in a fire, it gets really dark. So if you're ever somewhere where there's smoke, you got to get low so you can see under the smoke. So that's why we have our name on here, so we can see it nice and good. And is this how you guys keep your boots at home? Do you keep them in your pants? It's kind of a good idea if you have a little one for snow boots. That's really. So we keep our boots in our pants. Go ahead. So it's faster, that's right. So when we get a call at the fire station, we want to be able to get our gear on and get in that truck and get on our way in close to a minute, okay? Because fire doubles really, really quick in size. These are in my bag, so they got a little jammed up. So we got to be super duper fast. And then when we get to the fire, that's when we put on our air tank and our mask and all that, which I don't have an air tank today, but I do have my mask. So I'm just going to kind of walk through. We're not going to go crazy fast, but so you guys can kind of see. So we jump in, we pull them up, and we've got these cool suspenders to keep them from falling back down on us. And then I've got this hood, because this is the most vulnerable part of a firefighter is our necks and our ears. So if you guys have any old firefighters in your family, they might have some kind of burnt up ears and stuff, because this is kind of a newer piece of equipment. Is this going to mess with your mic? Because I can leave this off. Okay. So we'll pretend it's on, right? Hello. Thank you. Nora has my special gloves. So those gloves look a little bit different than these gloves. Thank you. Does anybody want to guess the difference between these gloves? Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah? They're... Yeah, to be safe. Oh, okay, thank you. So these are our fire gloves. So these are black and they're fire gloves. So these keep heat out. These are called extrication gloves. So we go on car accidents and a bunch of stuff. So these kind of have almost like a skeleton on them to keep your fingers from getting crushed. And this red stuff stays grippy even if oil gets on it. So these are what we use when we're having to like cut up cars or machines or things like that. So we have two types of gloves. You put them on. Okay. All right, and then we've got this, again, keep our neck safe, okay? And then this, we have a little flashlight, which, do you guys think a flashlight helps much if it's real smoky? So have you ever been in your parents' car when it's really foggy out, like around Halloween, and they turn their headlights on and it just looks more foggy? Smoke is the same way. It doesn't really help us to see too well. So if I'm going into a fire that's really smoky, I don't really use this. That's why we have our bright colors. And on our air packs, we actually have lights and we have alarms that go off. Like if someone doesn't move for a while, a firefighter, it'll have an alarm that goes off so that we can find where they went if they need help. So I'm going to take this off just because I don't want to mess with the microphone too bad. But, oh, show them off. Show them off. Put your hands up. Pretty cool. And we carry all kinds of stuff in our pockets. So that's why we have extra big pockets. So this is webbing. We can use this to drag people out if we need to. We can use it to kind of make a little bit of a quick harness or a loop to get ourselves out, like if we're upstairs somewhere. So that's pretty important. And then this is pretty important. These are cutters. So does anyone know what we might need to cut in a fire? Any guesses? So certain ceilings have like wires on them, and if they fall down on us, they make a big tangly mess, and different wires. So if we can't see, which a lot of times in fires we can't, we do training in our maze totally blacked out, and we have our full gear on, and we have this part where it's all wires, and you got to find a way to get through it. And if you get stuck, you have to cut yourself out because you don't want to be stuck in there because we only have a certain amount of air. So our air tanks we have really are about 15 minutes. You think they'd be longer, but once you start working, you really consume it quicker. And we've always got to be careful not to get too deep into something to where our alarm goes off when we're at a quarter tank, and then we can't get back out. So if we can't help ourselves, we can't help anyone else, right? We have, these are door wedges, different kinds. So our chief actually got these made. So they got our name and our badge number. That's kind of our ID for life at the department. And then this is a different type of door wedge that goes up in the hinge. So when we're searching places with a lot of doors like hotels and stuff, we want to make sure that we're leaving ourselves an exit. And then after that, we'll typically mark the door, close it, move to the next. So an important thing I like to share with parents and grandparents and kids, when you guys are at home, like Nora, her bedroom has 2 doors. We keep those doors closed when we sleep, right? We don't leave them open. A lot of kids want to leave their door open, but they've done studies, and there's been photos I could pull up of close to an 800-degree difference just with a standard door, residential, within a room of a fire. So a fire can happen in the room next door, and just a standard door can keep that heat 500 to 800 degrees less in that adjacent room. So it's super important to have your kids understand that and have their doors closed. I know it's tough sometimes, but that's like one of the easiest fire safety things that we can do. So we also have this fancy cool vest. Any guesses when I wear this? Dance parties at the station? So this is for when there's lots of traffic. There you go, do a spin. So that makes us easier to see because surprisingly, or maybe not so surprisingly, traffic is one of firefighters' #1 natural enemies. So I will put my hat on. So traffic is one of the most dangerous things that we deal with. So it's really important when you guys see something going on that we slow down, we get over. We only have so many cones on each truck. We don't really have enough cones to block it completely for a long distance to where a car can't cut in. So just because someone sees a gap, don't assume that you guys can cut in. We're pretty lucky here because we have a lot of freeway, but we do now send 2 engines on every freeway call because one acts as a blocker to try to negate that and try to kind of angle traffic away. Shh. So this is our mask. All right, and like I said, I don't have my tank, but I'm going to put this on. So it's kind of like a scuba mask or a snorkel, okay? When we have our air tank on, we sound like Darth Vader. And if we come in to get you, you're already probably a little scared, but you never, ever, ever want to hide from firefighters. So what we'll do is we'll come in and we'll knock on the door and say something like, "Fire department, anybody in here?" And then we'll hold our breath and listen, and that's when you would say, "Help, I'm in here," right? And then we'll be able to come get you. So when we have our air tank on, it really does. You hear every breath, and it's a little scary for kids. But we're there to help you. We're the good people, so do not hide from firefighters. And if something is on fire, go tell an adult. I'm also a youth fire setting prevention specialist and like program manager. And they've done studies that kids under the age of 5 sometimes think that they can just, fire's out of mind, out of sight, that it'll go away. So a lot of fires will start in bedrooms, they'll put it in the closet, and they'll think it's done because they don't see it anymore, they just don't understand. So it's really important to educate the little ones on the danger of that, because again, it grows quick. Last is my helmet. All right, so I've got my last name on here, it's Tim, and we've got this cool little eagle guy on here, and he's my wall finder, because when we're in a fire and we have our head down, we tend to run into a lot of walls. So he's dented, and I broke my other one, but I'd rather that than my head. And then we've got this visor. So we also wear safety glasses underneath, because when we're cutting up cars and doing all sorts of stuff can get in our eyes, and that would be super, super bad, right? So we have a chin strap, we tighten this up, we have this down. I've got a little bit of a flashlight on here as well that we can use when we're looking for stuff. And the other really cool thing is, oh, my light's still on. We've got our last names, so we use these for like accountability. We take them to our chiefs and stuff, and we kind of try to keep track of who's where. And the final really neat thing is this limited edition T-Rex official firefighter sticker. No one else on the department has one, so it's pretty special. All right? Yeah, oh, my other one, yes. Yes, the mom and baby, yes. So, does anyone have any questions at all about what we do? We live at the station 24 hours, so 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. So I just got off shift this morning and they drove to meet me. I live in St. Clair Shores. We work every day of the year. We're open 365, 24 hours. So Christmases, Thanksgivings, birthdays, Easter, Halloween. We do everything together with our crew, and we're never closed. So we will always be open if someone needs help. So if anyone, adult or kid, anyone has any questions at all, feel free. Now's the time.
I have a question.
Yeah.
In the book I read and in your book, they use dogs at the fire department. Do you really use dogs in the fire department?
So not typically. Like that's kind of an older style thing. We're really busy. We run close to 15,000 calls a year in this city. Between 5 stations and 2 units. So it's gone up a lot. When I started, it was a big deal that we broke 10,000. So in 10 years, we've increased that much. So yeah, we don't typically have dogs. Some like rural departments do, or they'll bring their own dogs. A couple places around us, they have like therapy dogs or things that they can bring in, but it's not standard practice. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you let people know about your program of smoke alarms and CO2 monitors?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so if anyone doesn't have like smoke alarms, I believe we're doing CO2s. I know for sure smoke alarms. You can contact our fire prevention department at Station 1 if you're a resident in the city, and they'll come out and install them for residents. If you guys don't have them, you're not able to have them. Sometimes we see older people that live alone, and even if they have the means to buy them, they can't install them. So that's a program that we run here to help. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you very much for coming to see me, and I hope you guys have a really good day. All right? Clap. Clap, clap.
Today, we are going to begin a presentation and a look into a segment of genealogy that nobody can do without. In episode 1, I provided you just a glimpse, a very brief introduction that if you were interested in doing your genealogy? What can you find at home and what can you find out from your relatives? In episode 2, I gave you a look into 4 particular websites that would definitely help you with your genealogy. And now, in episode 3, I want to present to you a glimpse into the federal census. We have just participated in the census of 2020. The federal census is taken every 10 years. This collection of records is going to be one of the most important records in your research. And you know, it doesn't matter what nationality our ancestors were, because as they came to America, they're coming into the melting pot. They're coming to be Americans. And so each and every one of us in our research, as we trace our ancestors back, we will be needing the information that we garner from the federal census. So what I'd like you to do is, as we talk about the federal census, think of it as like a time capsule. This is a glimpse, a mere glimpse of that particular decade, that particular year that the census was enumerated. This is giving us some insight into what our ancestors were experiencing at that particular time period. Now, these records that we are going to research, that you are going to research, these records are not infallible. The information, this isn't carved in stone anywhere. What you have to remember throughout any census record that you research is our ancestors are providing the information to the census taker. The census taker is simply recording what he is told or what she is told. If our ancestors happen to give false information, well, the census taker really wasn't interested in searching for the truth. They were there to record. It just so happens my grandmother on my mother's side, in the 1900, 1910, 1920 census, her date of immigration is recorded as 3 different years. Come to find out, when I did find her immigration to the United States, none of the years matched. So let's take a look at the census records and see what they have to offer, but also there might be a little bit more research that you have to do before we take the information and put it into your family history. We begin. Well, what is the census? The census is simply a counting of all the people in the United States. And the census was created in the Constitutional Convention of 1787, Article 1, Section 2. And in that, here it says, the actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years after the first meeting of Congress of the United States, and within every subsequent term of 10 years. So there we have the foundation of the census, created in 1787, as I just said. It's part of the Constitution. It is simply a counting of the population. What for? It's to determine two things: representation of the population in Congress, and to determine federal monies being given to the states. So the federal government is utilizing the count for very specific reasons. Now, sorry to dash your bubble, but the Founding Fathers, well, I don't really think they had genealogy and genealogy research in their mind when they created this. But because we as researchers utilize what we have available to us, that we are very thankful to the Founding Fathers for creating this set of records that we, in fact, can utilize for our own family research. Census takers. We're normal, everyday people, just like you and me, from all walks of life. As you go through the census records, I really need you to keep these things in mind. Just because one knows how to write does not guarantee they know how to spell correctly. Be very vigilant and be very aware of misspellings, misspellings of last names, misspellings of given names, misspellings of places. Ever since I've been doing my genealogy, I've taken a record of how many times my last name has been misspelled. I have it where there are 65 different spellings on the census records of my last name. Now, whether any of you can beat that number, well, maybe once we open, we can talk about that when you come into the library. Census takers wrote what they heard. It wasn't a matter of our ancestors spelling it correctly. They simply wrote what they heard, took the information, and went on to the next household. Census takers wrote down what our ancestors told them, whether it was true or false. Now, I'm sure there wasn't anything notorious or anything criminal behind giving the census takers false information. But if you see discrepancies through census records, that just gives you something else to research. And finally, good penmanship was not a requirement. If you happen to come across a census record that is written in the finest penmanship possible, count your blessings. You will be running across census records that are somewhat illegible, that are, well, let's put it like when you go and get a prescription from your doctor and the scribble, that could very well be waiting for you on one of the census records. There are times where the people microfilming the record didn't expose it correctly, and the images are so faint, you might have trouble reading the information there as well. We give credit to census takers. A lot of times, the more recent, they are simply walking from house to house to house. Previous censuses, early 20th century, late 19th century, they are on bikes, on horses, because they have to go count each and every person of the United States. So a lot of credit does in fact go out to these census takers. And as you can notice, many of them have the big ledger books available to them, and they're writing down all of the information. So not only do they have to go from point A to point B, but they have to lug these particular books throughout their journey. Today, because there are so many census records available to you, I'm going to be limiting the census records I will be talking about to 6 years of census. That is 1940, 1930, 1920, 10, 1900, and then 1890. Our next episode will start with 1880 and work our way back to 1790. One thing that you have to remember is a law that was created back in 1978. That law directly affects census records available to you, and that is the 72-year rule. And a law was passed back then, and it says the United States government will not release personally identifiable information about an individual to any other individual or agency until 72 years after it was collected for the decennial census. Now, what does that mean? The census we just took in 2020, those records will not be available for you to research until 2092. I'm not going to be around then to research those records. The 1950 census will be made available to the public to research in April of 2022. That is the most recent census record that is going to be released, upcoming. But we do have census records that we can access now. And the most recent we have is that of 1940. Let's try to think of what's going on in the world. 1940, the big thing happening, World War II. World War II began the year before. So we can assume, or we can understand why the number of immigrants coming into the United States is dwindling. The 1940 federal census is currently the most recent census available to researchers. I was born in the 50s. I'm not even going to be on the 1950 census. So my first record will be in 1960. The 1940 census, this is the first census since 1900 that does not inquire about immigration to the United States. Each and every census, though similar, will have a variety of different questions. So when you look to research your ancestor and when they came over to the United States, the 1940 census isn't going to provide you that date of immigration. However, 30, 20, 10, 1900 will do that. Here are just some of the questions that we're going to be asked on the 1940 census. Street address, house data, name of each person and their relation to the head of household. Sex, race, age, marital status, attended school, highest grade completed. That's sometimes interesting. Place of birth, citizenship, this is a good one. Residents on April 1st, 1935. Here's a chance for you to look into the record. Is that location the same as the 1940 census, where they are being enumerated? If not, that gives you a clue that they moved sometimes prior to 1940 from the 1935 location to the 1940 location. And there were questions for those individuals 14 years or over to answer, and that dealt with employment status, occupation, industry, and income. The 1940 census was released to the public in April of 2012. It's available to you now. And here is just an image of the 1940 federal census. They're basically all the same with the information contained therein. The handwriting that you see here, that is actually pretty darn legible. And if I was given that particular census record to look at and to study, I would be very thankful for that handwriting. But what I'd like to do is point something out within the record. And I'm not sure if you're going to be able to see that at home, but I would like you to take close attention to this particular spot right here where the red dot is. And this is regarding place of birth. Elizabeth O'Brien here, who is 65 years old, her place of birth is spelled E-I-R-E. Now, if someone would take a very quick look at that, two things could pop in their mind. Could the census taker have misspelled Erie, E-R-I-E, maybe Erie, Pennsylvania? Because right now, I'm not sure what that E-I-R-E is referring to. Well, that is a country. And Elizabeth, 65 years old, was born in Era. Era is another name for Ireland. So she was born in Ireland 65 years ago, but her background and her upbringing, when the census taker asked for the information, she provided them with the name of the country she was most used to, Era, Ireland. Again, look inside the record. 1940. We go backwards when we do our research. As we mentioned in episode 1, we take the information we have and work our way back. And so too with the census. The government reached out to the people announcing the upcoming census, just like they did with the 2020. We saw the newspaper articles, we saw the advertisements on TV. The federal government did the same thing, but they put it out in newspapers because that was the media. That was the common media back then. The census of the 1930s, as any other census, reflects the life of what's going on in America at that particular time. So when we take a look at the questions that were asked, there should be some things that pop out to you. So the questions asked. Of course, street address, house data, name of person, relationship to head of family, whether the home is owned or rented. That's pretty interesting. The value of the home or the amount of rent paid. This would be something to take into consideration of seeing how much they were paying for rent. With that information, and then when you combine the occupation, you can sort of guess, wow, this is how much they were making at that particular time. Here's a good one. Possesses a radio set. A radio? A radio set? You know, but this ownership of a radio actually was very important because it showed, wow, they had a way to obtain entertainment, a way to obtain news. The radio set back then was basically their channel to get information, just like we use the TV and the computers today. The radio was the most important thing. Sex, race, age, marital condition, age at first marriage. This should be a clue. This should be one of those things you take a look at. Is the first marriage the same as the marriage cited? If it's not, you've got research to do. Attended school, ability to read and write, birthplace, birthplace of parents, the language spoken in the home before coming to the United States, year of immigration. Is the person naturalized? You may run across little citations. You might see an N for naturalized, AL, which means alien. Sometimes there'll be a letter P. That means pending, that they have started the process but have yet to receive their certificate of naturalization. Can they speak English, their profession, veteran status, and the specific war they fought in? 1930. What wars could they have fought in? World War I, Spanish-American, Civil War. When you are given those clues, that gives you the ability to now search for records in those particular wars. So this is giving you a stepping stone to a whole new set of records. And this is just something taken from the 1929 edition of the Sunday Star. At this time in the United States, one birth was occurring in every 12 seconds. One death every 24 seconds. One immigrant every minute, maybe minute and 3/4. One emigrant every 5 3/4 minutes. So the net gain of people coming in is one person coming into the United States every 20 seconds. And I just thought that was something pretty cool that Flora Orr made in her article. Here we have the 1930 census. And you can see the various things asked of the people in the 1930 census. We read into the census record. And here, for the Dufault family, we can see a lot of them have emigrated from French Canada. What were they speaking in their house? Well, of course it's French. Okay. Again, wonderful looking record. We can come here and see their occupation. Shoemaker, repair shop. A lot of information, a lot of decent things that you can actually see the encapsulation of these particular families. And just to point out here, even though I'm looking at Roger and they don't have a surname listed because that would have been continued on the previous page, if we take a look at his date of, or how old he is, many of the census takers, if they are under 1 year of age, will basically provide you with 2 months out of 12. So that gives you an opportunity to see if the census was taken in April of 1930, Roger then was born probably in February. And that can give you a clue to search for the birth record. You can narrow it down. You don't have to search an entire year. Now you are searching a few months. We jump back again to now we're into 1920. And again, the federal government wants to make people aware of what's coming in the federal census, to prepare for the census taker, to welcome them, to be enumerated. So we'll take a look at the questions of the 1920s. Again, name of street and address, each person residing and their relationship to the head of the family, rented or owned, age on the last birthday, marital status, year of immigration, naturalization, attend school, read and write, parents' place of birth, and language. Are they able to speak English? And then profession and employment. The date of enumeration, the date when the census taker walked through the neighborhood, walked through the town, walked down the farm roads, all of those dates are enumerated at the top of the page. That date becomes your focus if you run into information containing ages. That date, not just generally not the years, 1940, 30, but the actual, just as we did this the last time, April of 1930, we were able to go back and sort of narrow down when Roger was born. So that's something to keep in mind. Children born between January 1st and the day of enumeration were not to be listed, while people alive on January 1st but died prior to the enumeration were to be counted. This poses a bit of a challenge to you. If a child happened to be born in February of 1920, technically, the census taker was not to record them among the family. That poses a challenge because we now have this infant who is technically part of the family and whose first census recording will be now 10 years down the road. What if the child passes away before the next census recording? That is a very difficult challenge for you currently at this time, because really there's no record citing that particular infant. And it may very well be that you'll have to get the church records and things like this and go through each and every page. So if there is a child that happens to just pop up the following census from the 1920 to the 1930, and now we find them on the 1930 census, be aware of this little road bump in the road. We also have to remember that people coming over from the old country into the United States, let's recall what they were experiencing back there in Europe. Maybe people didn't trust government officials for some reason. Some people were very unsure about how to identify themselves on the census as far as where they were from. And we'll explain this a little bit more as we go back into the 1910-1900 census. The Treaty of Versailles, we all know, ended World War I. But what we may not know is that countries were created out of this treaty, those being Czechoslovakia, Finland, Poland, Austria, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Yugoslavia, and Hungary. Prior to that time, the countries didn't exist. (1920) census. I thought this was pretty interesting. 87,000 census takers throughout the United States. Unlike the 1910 census, the 1920 did not have questions regarding unemployment, Union or Confederate military service, number of children, or duration of marriage. The census record, here we mentioned when they came, immigrated to the United States. Here we can see AL, alien. This could either be that the citizenship is pending. It might be an N, a sloppy N at that. We take a look at the date of enumeration. This one happened to be done in January. The previous one of 1930 was in April. Always take a look at that date of enumeration and go from there. 1920. We go back to 1910. The 1910 census. I would like to draw your attention to the map. And just a few moments ago, I mentioned to you the nations created by the Treaty of Versailles in 1919. Here is a map of Europe, 1910, and you will notice that nations that we mentioned before are not on the map. In your research, you may discover, or you may have thought, for example, that your ancestors came from Poland. And you'll get to the 1910 census, and you'll see Russia, or Austria, or Prussia, or Germany. And you might question that. Well, Busha and Jaja always said we were Polish. I don't understand this. What's going on here? Why are they telling the census taker that now we're Russian or Austrian or Prussian or something like that? For the Poles, Poland was partitioned 3 times in its history: 1772, 1793, 1795. It was at 1795 that Poland technically ceased to exist. From 1795 through the Treaty of Versailles, there was no Poland. Poland existed here in the hearts of the people. Officially, there was no nation. So when our ancestors said Poland, they were speaking from here. Others would when they said Russia, Austria, Prussia, they were giving the official title of the country. So you're probably Polish. Don't let the nations dissuade you. If you see those particular nations on the census record, it gives you some idea of where they came from on this geographical map, which will help you in the future. Oops, I'm sorry. The 1910 census. It was microfilmed in the 1940s. Some of the images that you run across, whether it be on Ancestry, FamilySearch.org, MyHeritage, some of the images may be a little unclear, they might be illegible. Check each and every database that I just named. It could very well be that another legible record may exist on one of those. Similar to other years, once the census is microfilmed, the originals are destroyed. There's no going back and refilming census records. This is what we have. We'll take a look at questions asked. Address, name, relationship. Good question coming up that you should always pay attention to. Number of years in present marriage. For women, number of children born and number of children living. That is so vital for your research. So if I can draw your attention to this particular listing, the Penn family, John and Liddy, and if we happen to go across to that information, it says 7 children were born, 4 living. That gives you the clue that you need to search for 3 children that died prior to this census. Please look into the record. Look into the record and see what the record is telling you. It's so important to do that. Hmm. Ten years back, 1900. Europe hasn't changed. The war has yet to start. We have the German Empire, we have the Russian Empire, we have Austria-Hungary. Again, World War isn't going to start for a few years. And when we take a look at the lifestyle going on at that particular time, let's pay close attention to the way city life was occurring back then. We have just this amount of people coming in to our major cities, and setting up residence there, hopefully finding a job, and then maybe once they obtain a little bit of money and then can move out of the city to another location. We also have going on at the time, and this was occurring both in the 1920s, child labor. Children were at times really required to help sustain the family. And it wasn't a it was basically just a given occurrence that teenagers and even kids maybe 12, 11, 10 went out and found jobs. And sometimes not the safest. And child labor, well, that was really one of the bad things going on at the time, but families needed to get by. We had the one-room schoolhouses prevalent throughout the United States. You know, horse and buggy was the major mode of transportation, and some cities were now having the trolley cars come in as well. 1900. In 1900, this particular census was the first to be what's called soundexed. And soundexed was a indexing project created under Franklin Delano Roosevelt's Works Progress Administration during the Depression. When I first started in genealogy and I was trying to help researchers, I recall somebody coming in to the library, and this is before computers, this is going through microfilm. And I remember a researcher coming in, and we loaded a reel of microfilm from the city of Detroit, and she turned to me and said, "Well, these aren't in alphabetical order." No, they're not. Census records are not in alphabetical order. Census records are merely the records of this census taker going from house to house to house to house. They did not alphabetize the records when they got home. Ain't gonna happen. The Soundex was actually the first index researchers were able to utilize that helped them find people on the census. This system still exists today, but most of the time people are just going to tap in their surnames on the computer and find information that way. Down the road, one of the episodes, I'll be touching base on the Soundex system, just so that you have it if you need it. This was meant to assist the Census Department, and in no way did Franklin Delano Roosevelt or the WPA think about genealogists. They didn't think of us needing to utilize this, but we did. Again, census takers wrote down what our ancestors told them. Was it always the truth? That's something that you have to decide. Here's something to remember about the 1900 census. It is the only census that recorded both the month and year of birth of every person listed. So as you scroll through the census, in these two columns, you will notice the month and the year of birth. It is a phenomenal find and something that we immediately go to as researchers. The 1900 census was also the first to indicate the date of immigration to the United States, the years in the United States, and the status of their naturalization. Okay. So here we have them coming into the United States. So Barbara, somebody, because the husband was probably listed on the previous page, came over in 1872. We now have that year to begin researching Barbara. I'm going to do a little quick timeout, and that deals with immigration. When you look at immigration, quite a few people, I'm not going to say everybody, a lot of people believe New York. Everybody's coming to Ellis Island. Not the truth. There were ports just as important as New York that our ancestors could have arrived at. It could be Baltimore, it could be Philadelphia, it could be Boston, it could be Galveston, it could be New Orleans. Our ancestors could have landed at Halifax, Nova Scotia. They could have landed at Quebec, the city of Quebec, and simply crossed the river, and you're in the North Atlantic states. If you can't find your ancestors coming into New York, expand your horizon. Well, it could very well be, did somebody misspell your ancestor's name in New York? Yeah, that's a chance. But if you're banging your head on New York, New York, New York, think the other ports. It might be worth your while. (1890). In the federal census of 1890, the population of the United States in that year alone was nearly 63 million people. The population has increased over 25% in 10 years. These census takers got a lot of walking to do and a lot of riding, so there might be some blisters on the old saddle sore. Okay? There were only 42 states in the United States at the time. The territories you can see right here: Idaho, Wyoming, Utah, Oklahoma, New Mexico, Arizona, Alaska, Hawaii. The 1890 census has a really different look. And I hope you pay attention to this form. It should remind you of something. From episode 1, take a good hard look. Does it look familiar? Do you recall in our first session, I introduced 2 forms to you. One was the generational pedigree chart, and the other form was a family group sheet. This census record really is a neat record because it encapsulates a family per one sheet. Questions asked. We have the address, the number of families in the house, so we have 3 actual families living under this particular address, the number of persons in the house, whether individuals are listed by name, whether they were a soldier during the Civil War, Union and Confederate, widow or veteran, relationship to head of family, race, sex, age, marital status, if a mother, number of children, and the number living. So once again, 13 children were born, 10 living. Major clue, you have 3 kids to look for. We have the place of birth of the father, place of birth of the mother. When you take a look at places of birth, what do our ancestors tell them? Here, you see, Washington, Washington, Washington. Place of birth of father, okay, England. And then it comes to Rosetta here, was actually born in Dublin, Ireland. It's giving you the city of their place of birth. Catherine, also born in Dublin. And then we have Helen, born in Washington. Those are clues. Those are clues that you are able to utilize to determine when they made it to the United States. Occupation, months employed, unemployed, ability to read and write. I bet you can't wait to get into this 1890 census. Unfortunately, on January 10th, 1921, this is probably one of the darkest days in genealogical research history, because it was on this day that a fire occurred at the Department of Commerce in Washington, D.C., and basically destroyed the 1890 census. The records are gone. As you can see from these particular headlines, priceless census records wiped out. Fire destroys census records, government. 1790 through 1920, census records burned. Census data of 120 years ruined by fire and water. And just take a look at these images taken of the Commerce Department. This is and was devastating. And it still is for us as researchers. Instead of enumerations of some 63 million people, which we mentioned prior on another slide, only 6,160 survived the fire. That's less than 1%. Everything else was gone, is gone, and you have no way to recover it. There are very limited, fragmented survivors of this devastating fire. From Alabama, the District of Columbia, Georgia, Illinois, Minnesota, New Jersey, New York, North Carolina, Ohio, South Dakota, and Texas. But they are not entire states. They are mere counties. And they are not entire counties. They are townships, partials of towns. This particular fire now forces researchers, forces you to find your ancestor in 1880 and jump to 1900. So instead of a 10-year gap, now we are dealing with a 20-year gap. What could possibly happen to your family in 20 years? Probably a lot. That someone could actually be born into the family, possibly die. Someone could be born into the family and marry and move on. The things that could happen to families at this time period, in those 20 years, is astronomical. And that's going to pose a challenge to your research. We're going to bring our episode to a conclusion. In this episode, I talked about the census records available to you from 1940 back to 1890. What I would like you to do during this time frame until we return with episode 4, I would like you to investigate a variety of your ancestors in the 5 surviving censuses that I talked about today. And those being 1900, 1910, 1920, 1930, 1940. Remember to utilize Ancestry Library Edition, which you have access to until the end of December by going through the library's website and entering your library card and PIN number. My Heritage Library, which you can access off the library's website, or signing up for your own account at FamilySearch.org. I emphasize to you, and I can't do it strongly enough, start with 1940 and work your way backwards. As in all genealogical research, one of the things I'd like to get across is we always start with the most recent and work our way backwards. We're going to do the same thing here. In closing, please pay close attention to census information that involves how many children were born and how many survived. Is the number the same? Is the number different? When did your ancestors immigrate to the United States? Are the years cited in the census records the same? If not, another research challenge. When did they come to the United States? Is your ancestors' birth month and year correct on the 1900 census? Maybe that was something you never even had. The 1900 census will provide you that first clue to start the ball rolling. Did your ancestor remain in a particular town, city, state, or did they move? If so, is there a way to determine the cause of the move through your family? Why did they settle in Sandusky, Ohio, and then they moved to Detroit? Why did they settle in Detroit? And now I've got them in Dubuque, Iowa. Was it the economy? Why did they go that way? Was there a brother and sister there that drew them and invited them out there? That's what genealogy research is all about, is going out there and exploring the unexpected and trying to find out that information. You know, I can't wait. I would love to see people reply to me and tell me the information that they found in their genealogies watching these particular episodes. The episodes will continue. Episode 4 will be dealing with the census records again, but this time we're going back from 1880 all the way to 1790. Maybe you're lucky enough that one of your ancestors participated in the American Revolution or happened to be one of the founding families that settled in the early colonies. Phenomenal. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to email me. Here's my email address right there. ccatafias@livoniapubliclibrary.org. Thanks for watching. Stay safe, stay healthy, good luck on your research, and we'll see you next episode. See you soon. Bye-bye.
My pastor said to me, you know, Krista, when you walk in a store, you can feel there's a heart and a soul. I said, I know, it has nothing to offer in looks, but he said, you can feel there's a heart and a soul. 55 years ago, I was in Connecticut. I started out with doing inventory, doing customer service, doing decorating. That's how I started. Then I came here. I worked here for the store that was here for 7 years, and then I went on my own. He went out of business, and my attorney picked up the lease, and it was a totally empty store. And then I started with 6 wooden rockers. I put a banner in a window, Chris Furniture. Are you the Chris that worked for Margolis? Yes. Okay, we can trust you. And some of these customers are still my customers today. We constantly have color change. We have shapes change. We have different dining room colors, different bedrooms. It's always something exciting. Furniture has excitement to me. In furniture, the most important thing, the most wonderful thing for me is any upholstery, because you can create. A bed is a bed, a dresser is a dresser. You cannot twix it one way or another. But with upholstery, you can create color, shapes, and I love it. It's my favorite. But I do furniture overall for 54 years. So I can say I grew old in this. But I can work hard, and I'm very loyal, and I will always treat my customers that way. And my theory is customer service is more important than a new sale. And I'm tough on that. It's not the money. It's what you can give of yourself. That's important. That makes the world what it's supposed to be. It's not the money. I created something for the benefit of a lot of people. But that's a joy. It's not the me, it's the you that matters. And this is how I go through life. I never met a stranger. Everybody belongs to me. If they belong to me or not, it doesn't matter. It's my world out there. And that world comes to me. I invite them. It doesn't matter who they are. Everybody can offer you something if you allow it. It's a two-way street. That's what life is. I came here during a time when I had tremendous hardship to experience. And the people accepted me. They opened their arms to me. So I will always open my arms to them. I never forget. And this is why I always have a wooden rocker on my floor. That was my beginning. I always have wooden rockers.
It's my job to pay attention to the game, and I take my job seriously.
While I'm busy watching the game, I need your help keeping an eye on the stands.
If you see something that doesn't look quite right, tell a law enforcement official.
We all play an important role in protecting our communities, and you can help.
If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
Hello, this is Cityscape, a regular vodcast featuring people, places, and ideas that impact our community. I'm Dan West with the Livonia Westland Chamber of Commerce. Today we meet a father-son team supported by a beloved waitress who built a loyal following for decades at this long-standing Livonia restaurant. Whale Bamey purchased the Big Boy restaurant on Plymouth Road near Farmington Road in 2000. The restaurant was initially constructed in 1958. It was the latest restaurant venture for the entrepreneur who has worked in food service since he immigrated to Metro Detroit in 1971. In 2014, his contract with Big Boy expired and he developed his own concept at the 175-seat restaurant with Annie's Family Dining, named for a business partner whose wife had recently passed away. With his disciplined approach to food and service and consistent contributions to schools, seniors, and first responders, he maintained a loyal following of customers through the brand change. Whale's in the process of turning management of the restaurant over to his son, Jason. Both are with us today. Whale, Jason, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks for coming. Whale, what has been the key to your sustained success here at this restaurant?
Something I depended on from many years ago, which is the 3 Qs, I call it: quality service, quality food, and quality cleanliness. So that I put it in my mind that if you work on all 3 of them and give the customers your best, I guess you would know that it's going to be a successful business.
And I assume that's something you drove home to everybody who worked for you.
Of course, yes, yes.
I mean, constantly reinforced and all that. So, Jason, what are the signature dishes here, and are there any unique stories of how you develop those dishes?
We got a couple. We have a henny penny. It's like a corned beef hash, and we put poached eggs on top of it with hollandaise sauce. I gathered a lot of ideas when I left the restaurant for a little bit. I worked in food service sales, so I visited a lot of different customers every day, every week. I saw what worked for them, I saw what didn't work for them, and when I came back to the restaurant, I kind of took a little from here and a little from there, and I implemented it into here. So we also have a Philly steak that worked out really well, everything from scratch. A lot of people come in for that. Our Polish combo is a very big hit. It's pierogies, kielbasa, sauerkraut, and our homemade potato cakes. And then we also do the potato cakes is also a full order too. We do all of our soups homemade. We have 4 soups daily. They're all made from scratch. On Fridays we have our clam chowder, which is also homemade. And that one turned out to be a really big hit. Chicken noodles on the menu every day, and then we rotate the soups out every 2 or 3 days.
Jason, talk about growing up as a kid with your dad. I'm sure you worked plenty of hours as a young man in this restaurant, and talk about the lessons you learned working with your dad.
Even before this restaurant, I've been going to work with my dad since I was probably 5 years old. There was actually one time where I wanted to go to work with him so bad and he wouldn't let me. So I hid in the back of his car, and when he was almost to work, I popped out. He was
after the drive-in for 45 minutes.
Surprise!
He was a little upset and drove me home. But I just always watching him, watching what he did. So this came as like a second nature to me when it was time for me to work. The way he talks to customers, the way he treats the employees, the way he builds relationships, from the office to the front of the house. I've learned so many things I wouldn't know where to start, but he really set me up for success as far as knowing how to handle the hospitality business.
Talk about that. You wanted to go to work. I've heard stories where a business owner dad brings kid along, kid doesn't want to come, but you wanted to come. What drove you to want at a young age to say, I dig what dad's doing?
I grew up with him having his own restaurants, and there was many along the way, and I always found it fascinating, and I always knew that's what I would end up doing. Just off of watching him, he was always happy to go to work. He never came home and said, I don't want to work. He would go to work for fun. We would go on vacation to Cedar Point or somewhere and come back. It would be 5 o'clock and he'd still go to work even though he didn't need to. So just that type of stuff is, got me.
Kind of things that you see with the restaurant owner.
Yes.
The they have to be there.
Yes.
Just what they do to succeed, right?
It's a tough business, but at the end of the day, it's your business. So you got to do what's right. And, you know, if you look at it as a job, you're not gonna love it. I look at it as a lifestyle. So, you know, early mornings, late nights, holidays, whenever you got to be there. But just being here and interacting with the customers and employees is what makes us happy.
It's a good segue into the last question I want to ask you, Whale. Talk about the connections you've made through the years and the relationships you've developed. Obviously, the people is ultimately why you come to work every day.
You know, we talked about success, and something I should have brought in earlier. I believe the reason for my success in my business, particularly this restaurant, I've been blessed with a lot of good help that's very loyal to me, been with me for a lot of years, many years. Some of them actually were here way before I even purchased the restaurant. And they're good, they make a good connection between me and customers. Of course, happy employee, make happy environment, smiles on their faces, have customers come back. We know most of our customers by name. We have customers that come in two, 3 times a day. And you know, that's saying a lot. We try to be as friendly as possible. At the same time, we have great customers here, and that's a good repeat. That's what keeps us happening and going.
It sounds like you treat this like your house, you know?
It is.
It's our
It
house,
is,
and
yeah.
we're welcoming guests all the time, right?
Yes. Actually, my wife tells me this is my first home.
I'm sure she's being a little sly with that, right? So, but to Whale and Jason, congratulations on your success through the years right here. We appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you so much.
All right. One of the reasons the Bamies have had such a loyal following is their stalwart waitress, Denise Houston, a Livonia resident who has worked at this property for nearly 49 years. Denise, what drives you to continue to hustle here as a waitress?
The love of the business. It's an adrenaline. You get to take care of people the way you want to be treated. The quality of the restaurant, the management, the owner, they just put their heart into it, and I put mine right with them.
So you love that connection you make with your customers?
Yes.
That must be the driving force for you.
Or even to a stranger, to make them smile and tell them to have a good day.
So knowing that somebody's smiling back to you, that's really the payoff for you for the day?
Right. Or when they say, thank you, this really was a nice meal, a nice service. That means a lot.
So in that moment, you're like, okay, I rocked that out, eh?
Yeah, I did it.
I imagine when you've been, 5 decades at one property, you've come across multiple generations of families that come in here.
At least 4.
Wow. Talk about that, and just obviously that adds to the connection that people come here and they want to see you and they want your kids and grandkids to see you.
You just get to watch them raise their families, and the kids graduate from school and, become husband and wives and parents and then grandparents. And
so you're following their whole life story along with this.
Right. When they lose someone, you lose someone too, right with them.
Well, Denise, that's an inspirational story, and we appreciate you taking time to talk to us today.
Thank you.
And that's all we have for this edition of Cityscape. We thank you for finding time to join us today, and we'll see you again next time.
In a city dedicated to progress, Greenmead stands as a monument to Livonia's past. Greenmead has been the site of centralizing Livonia's history since its purchase in 1976. This 95-acre site is located at 8 Mile and Newburgh Roads, and as a public park, it is open year-round for visitors to attend. Greenmead provides visitors the opportunity to step back in time, preserving significant historical structures from 1829 to 1937. Joshua Simmons was the third person to purchase land in what was then called Buckland Township. He purchased 157.6 acres in 1825. This area was renamed Livonia Township in 1835. After purchasing his land, Joshua returned to New York and worked for 2 years. In January of 1826, he married Hannah Machomer, and in September they started their journey to Michigan via the Erie Canal. They named their property Meadowbrook Farm and built a 3-sided log cabin. On November 18, 1827, Richmond Clark Simmons was born, the first of 7 children. He is believed to be the first white child born in the township. In 1829, Joshua built a barn on his property, which still stands today. This was the first frame barn in Livonia. The Greek Revival style main residence was built in 1841 by local architect builder Sturgis P. Lyon. Today this is known as the Simmons Hill House. Meadowbrook Farm remained in the family for 4 generations until 1915. In 1920, Sherwin and Jean Hill purchased Meadowbrook Farm from Ella Goebel and the Rackhams. They spent a year restoring and remodeling the home. The property was renamed Greenmead after Mrs. Hill's childhood home in Baltimore, Maryland. They also added the South Barn to the property, the greenhouse, and the caretaker's cottage, located at the Victor Parkway entrance. Mrs. Hill had Greenmead Farm placed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1971. The Simmons Hill House and its 9 dependency buildings derives its historic significance from the completeness of the setting that typifies the way of life long ago vanished from the Detroit metropolitan area. The Simmons Hill House was restored in 2012 and is open during our Sunday tours for guests to enjoy. Before Greenmead, the city of Livonia had another museum site known as Quaker Acres. The Historical Society was established in 1956 and then the Historical Commission in 1958. When the Quaker Acres site became available, the Society urged the city to buy the property, and after it was purchased in 1962, plans begun to turn the house into a museum, and the collection of artifacts began. When the Shaw House was in danger of demolition due to the building of I-275, the Society and Commission raised funds to move it to Quaker Acres site. Soon after, the AJ Gear Store and DUR waiting room were purchased and moved as well. A site plan was developed for the 5-acre site, and the city began acquiring adjacent land. The museum finally opened in 1975, but a year later, Greenmead became available, and the city purchased this property to develop a new historical village. In 1976, the Gear Store and the DUR waiting room were moved to Greenmead, followed by the Newburgh Church, Parsonage, and Kingsley House in 1977. In 1979, the Alexander Blue House and Bungalow were moved to Greenmead. In 1981, the Friends Meeting House and Shaw House were relocated to Greenmead. The Cranston Hinburn House was donated by the Southland Corporation and moved in 1985. This building now serves as the gift shop, which is open during our special events, Sunday tour days, and can be open for shopping during the week, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. The Newburgh School was moved in 1987, completing the Newburgh intersection. The school is available for teachers to utilize for their students to have a day in a one-room schoolhouse type experience. The latest move was that of the Nankin Mills School, which was built by Henry Ford and opened to students in 1937. Fundraising efforts to restore this building are currently underway. The Friends Meeting House dates to 1846 and is one of the oldest existing meeting houses in the state of Michigan. Local interest in this house is heightened by the fact that many of the first settlers in the area were Quakers. Kingsley and Shaw, both built in 1843, are examples of Greek Revival architecture, built by men with different income levels. Nathan Kingsley was a farmer of average means, earning approximately $500 per year. John Shaw was a well-to-do farmer with an income of $7,000. Period furnishings have been used to recreate the interior of these homes and to give the public a feel for life in the 1850s. Greenmead was designed to showcase Livonia Township over time. The western edge of the village represents the 1850s time period. The front section of the Cranston Hinburg House was built about 1850 and later remodeled. The rear section of the house was constructed using whole log joists and was built prior to 1850. The buildings in the village follow a chronological order as they lead to the intersection of Newburgh and Ann Arbor Trail, recreating as it looked in the late teens and early 1920s. The settlement of Newburgh has been carefully preserved in great detail, with the A.J. Gear General Store, the DUR waiting room, Newburgh Church, its parsonage, a bungalow-style home, and Newburgh School. With these 6 buildings, Greenmead has preserved a complete example of a crossroad village community. The Alexander Blue House is an adaptive reuse building restored to its 1870s exterior appearance. It currently serves as the Greenmead office on the 2nd floor and a rental facility on the main floor. Greenmead also hosts a variety of events and fundraisers throughout the year. For more information on our events, please visit greenmead.us or like us on Facebook.
Livonia. We're excited to announce that the Livonia Public Library will be fine-free starting September 1st. That means all of your late fines will be forgiven and we will no longer charge overdue fines for most items. We're hoping that this will make our library, e-resources, and all resources more accessible and welcoming to you.
So, even if you have late fees, we want to say, welcome back.
It's good to see you.
We're so excited to see you return.
Welcome back and bring those books back.
We missed you, so come on back.
We're happy to have you back.
Well, welcome back. It's so nice to see you. We want to welcome you back. Our Livonia Public Library is for our entire community. So thanks Livonia, and welcome back.
Hi Livonia, this is Mayor Maureen Miller-Brosnan here with some really exciting news. Our Livonia Transit Department is making some huge upgrades to our transit system. Not only are we rebranding it to be calling it Live and Go, but you're going to see some really transformational ways to get around the city. This isn't just a name change. Live and Go has a new app that allows residents to book rides, track their rides in real time, and make payments all on their cell phone or via computer. If you don't have a smartphone or you don't want to pay online, don't worry. You can still pay in person. This new program continues our mission to help Livonia's seasoned citizens and people with disabilities. But here's what's really exciting. We're expanding and we're becoming Live and Go. Live and Go will be available to assist in getting workers to their jobs and students to classes. This opens up new opportunities for people who don't drive or prefer not to drive. So for more information, please visit liveandgo.org and download the Live and Go app from the App Store on your iPhone or from Google Play on your Android. Well, there you have it, Livonia. So get on board and make your way through the city using Live and Go, and stay healthy and stay safe.
Good afternoon and welcome to the official ribbon cutting for City Gourmet Steak, Sushi, and Poke. We have Chef Gigi here, who has an awesome story. This is her first restaurant that she has now owned, and her and Bruce and their daughters here. So Chef Gigi came over from Africa, from the Congo, and started off here as a dishwasher. So now she's owned other businesses as well, and now came back to the restaurant industry. We're very happy that you chose Livonia, and we're very excited to try all of your awesome food.